Hello, everyone. Hi. How's it going? Good afternoon. Welcome to another video version of one of my Substack essays where I read it aloud to you live on Twitch if you're here right now, or in a VOD if you're on YouTube. And I discuss the piece with the chat, give a little additional background context for everything that I've written, provide descriptions verbally of all the images, explain some of the links, and just hang out. Devin from One Piece, how dare you? I'm dysphoric. How dare you? Wait, who is it who has the little pirate thing? Actually, I need to know who it is before. I need to know if they're cute before I decide if I'm dysphoric about that comment. Hello, Waluigi Bowser. Hello, Male Valence. Hi. Artistic Bum says, I just got rear-ended on the freeway 90 minutes ago. I'm okay, but my car is toast. Ugh. I'm so sorry, Artistic Bum. That fucking sucks. I hope that the other person's insurance covers it. I believe when they rear end you, they are almost always found at fault. So hopefully your insurance premiums will not go up. May filing be easy as possible. May you get buku bucks to pay for a nice new whip. And may that new whip be in your favorite color. All the best luck vibes with that shit. And I hope your neck doesn't hurt and you don't have any whiplash or anything like that, because that really fucking sucks. Hello, Extanac. Glad to see you here. Glad to see some of my other similarly interested people for this topic. A nice new whip, amen. Inshallah, that Autistic Bum gets a nice new whip. Aeoliance, kind of like Aeoli Alliance. Welcome. Nice new whip, amen. I'm actually on time for this being a lunchtime stream today. What's everybody eating? What's everybody got? It wouldn't be a stream if I didn't have an absurdly large decaf Dunkin'. I got my little Dunkin' sandwich here too. I have so many Dunkin' points. I am gonna retire on my Dunkin' points one day, because I have about 11,000 Dunkin' points because of my problem. In 8 out says, Boop, thanks for being here. Fingers crossed for Crash Artistic. Better things out of the carnage. That's the best we can hope for in this. Car crashes are fucking scary. Like, as someone who has not had a car since I was like 21 years old, when I am behind a car, I'm very aware of just how much you are taking your life and everyone else's life in your hands, and how that should not be normal to be doing that all day long, every day, in order to access anything you ever need in the world. And the real cost to that. It's terrible. Valence says, I ate rice noodles with some chicken, peanut sauce, red pepper, carrots, and eggplant was leftovers. Oh, I love a good peanut sauce. And that kind of dish holds up in the fridge pretty all right, in my opinion. A little rice noodle, a little cold and clammy, a little bit of the pepper and the peanut sauce like soaking in. I don't know. I'm feral, so I just eat that shit cold, but cold or hot, good shit. Made the rice noodles fresh. Oh, you're better than me. You got your shit together more than me then, but that sounds delicious. Slime Mage, hello. Sneaking in for the first half hour of the stream before staff meeting. Welcome. We love this more than a meeting. This is if this is what meetings were, if this was my job, can you imagine? But in a way, with time theft, with the power of time theft, anything can be your job. So thanks for being here on your break. What's everybody else up to today? I got a appropriate kinky outfit here for the conversation. Got just a little decorative collar from Audio Helix UK on Etsy. It's kind of like a mermaid kind of scale iridescent pattern. I'm like naming brands here, but these are like all very small queer creators that I fuck with. Rebirth Garments, friend of the show, Sky Kubakub, and their kind of radical crip pliers. You can see the little pliers pattern on here, and geometric designs. Bandana, friend of the show, love their stuff. And I got a little International Mr. Leather t-shirt, 1996 International Mr. Leather, muscular man with chains on t-shirt, and a little thin, tiny little chest harness that I won from Emma Alamo, big Chicago leather worker that employs a few people that I know, friends of mine, and helps some other apprentice leather maker friends of mine. So they're very cool. And I won this harness at Fur Fest 2 years ago. Callisto, if it was here, could attest to that. I paid like $15 to just reach into a giant like Cookie Monster fursuit head and pull out like a plastic egg, and this beautiful leather harness was in that egg, and they said it was like the best value prize you could win at Fur Fest. I think it would have been like over $100 if I had bought it, and I got it for like $15. So Aries stay winning. But shout out to Emma Alamo. I never do sponsored content. I never encourage people to like buy shit. But when it comes to like kinky item procurement, I like to give people their flowers. So little outfit description today. Maybe I'll start doing that for these streams since I'm vain and I like fashion. People who are blind or who watch the VODs afterwards, if you like video descriptions of like outfits and stuff, let me know. What else going on in the chat? Let's see. Mivalent said, went off my meal subscription, trying my own meal planning and cooking now. That is an undertaking. I've tried doing that at certain points, and it took up just so much attention in my brain that I did not get a lot of other things done. And that was in a time where like focusing on being domestic was something I was trying to do. But yeah, I had to really streamline it. That seems to be the key, is like having a few like base meal things and kind of just rotating through different combinations of them seems like the only practical way to actually cook consistently and like meal prep and buy groceries for me. And that's still not having to do it alone. Shit's tough. Lena Mel said, we didn't invent blasting food with radiation for nothing. Put that shit into the microwave. I hate the microwave. I hate the sound. I hate its evil, malevolent energies. It's all about the air fryer for me. Crispy. I don't like wet food. That's my texture preference. Are you a soft food autistic, or are you a crunchy food autistic? Sound off in the chat. I like things crunchy, hard, spiced to death, burnt, punching you in the face. That's my taste preference. But some people like, soft, creamy, beige, the opposite of al dente. Al falling apart. Hello, Quarian. Welcome. Good to see ya. Hello, Emerson. Hi. Good to see y'all here. Quarian said, I was just looking into repairing a pleather jacket I got years ago before I decided to wear recycled leather instead. I need a leather jacket as old as I am. Yes. That is one of those holy grails of thrifting, like finding a good fur, finding a good leather jacket, anything leather. I recently found a good little leather crossbody bag in like navy leather that at Brown Elephant here in Chicago, which tends to have very curated, but not too pricey, but a little bit more than like your Salvation Army's kind of thrift store. And that was like one of those finds you can't plan for. And then I found a leather jacket last year at there's another place here in Boys Town that has a lot of very curated kind of leather. Not Out of the Closet, but the other one, for anyone who knows. But it was just that right timing where it was like, they have a lot of leather. What is the name of that place? I want to be able to shout it out for my Chicagoans. Let me look it up really quickly. Thrift store, Boys Town, Chicago. Not Brown Elephant. Not The Exchange. Not Ragstock. Beatniks. The Beatniks basement on Halstead. Lots of leather jackets. They have suede. They have trenches. Like, and you're still gonna be looking at paying leather prices. Like, I think the jacket I got was, it was from the late '70s, and I paid like $58 for it. So that's more than like a Goodwill or whatever, but a lot cheaper than leather would be not used, and it's an investment piece. But pleather, I think is pretty hard to take care of. I've looked into that before, and as far as I can tell, it usually just falls apart. I don't think there's too much you can really do. Waluigi Bowser says there was a Pac-Man ghost in Pac-Man arrangement named Kinky. I'm not making that up. I love that. I love that. That's great. Toaster oven bangs. Very nice. Slime Mage says, I work in a bizarre and specific workplace, but I can get 3 square a day, 5 days a week at work. It's honestly a huge thing for me. That makes me think of Danny Lavery. I don't know if anybody here, probably many of you do, follow Danny Lavery's Substack, the Chatner, or just the Chatner for short. And he just made a post about working in a senior care facility, and how he really likes having that structure to his day, because it means he has a job where he walks around saying hello to people over and over again, and he gets a meal that is like a meal designed to appeal to like 90-year-olds. So like mid-century food. Like, I don't know, stroganoff and stuff. And it sounded like he's really happy with that development in his life, which is really sweet. It sounds kind of nice. Like, I think when you're a writer, that kind of career is so unstable, and it's also lonely. And so I can totally imagine him. I mean, I don't know him personally other than having published a tiny bit with the Toast and emailing back through that. But like, I can just imagine him walking down the halls of the senior care facility saying hi to people, and that seems nicer than writing alone at home all the time. It seems like everybody should do a little bit of that. Let's see, we got some crunchers in the chat. Artistic Bum, crunchy leaning, in 8 out is a cruncher. Slime Mage says, them feeding me at work, honestly huge life change. Eating Cheetos is my stim. Male Valence, yes. I love a sucking all the hot off of the hot Cheeto, and then kind of squashing it as it turns into like a sponge filled with saliva. Chewing on plastic sporks and straws is my chewing stim. As I've often said, my sensory need is to destroy. So I splinter all of my straws, break all my pens, crush them beneath my jaw. All of my toothbrushes get mangled. I guess I have a jaw tension problem. What do you know? I guess I've kind of had this jaw tension problem for a long time. I just only recently figured it out. So yeah, chewing on a spork, I like just breaking them in my hands. That really hits. Welcome, Busy Marzipan. I'm currently fixing up a second-hand leather jacket I got on eBay. Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations on the find. I would love to learn more about leather care and restoration, and I'm sure many in the chat would. If you're in the Piscord, the Discord server that we use here, go to our Pisscraft channel and tell us all about leather care stuff, because I would love to learn. Probably a lot of other people in the group, in the chat, who are on the Discord would love to talk about that stuff with you. As I've gotten more into leather in the last few years, I've gotten a few care items, just like leather lotion and things like that. So I'm very interested in making my stuff last, and I'd love to see pictures. I'd love to hear about what you're working on with that stuff if you got the spoons to share. And I, as I've already said, I love fashion. I love thrifting. So if people want to share their finds in the Piscord or at me on Tumblr, I want to see your jewels and your outfits. We do have an outfit channel on the Piscord too. Xtanax says, the leather jacket I thrifted last year is perfect and fit perfect, and nothing can stop me when I wear it. We are heading into leather jacket season, so prayers up, bless up for that. I'm ready too. I'm ready to have like my little slutty crop top and my big pants, like I'm a zoomer or something, and then a leather jacket and my little leather bag. Like, nothing elevates an outfit like leather accents. Like you could be wearing like a $2 t-shirt filled with holes, but if you got a little leather jacket on it, you are nobody can tell you shit. You belong everywhere. You are a fancy bitch. Um, Lena Mel says, God, that reminds me, one of the thrift stores here has a section where they have a bunch of like 50s ass genuine fur coats that nobody buys because even secondhand, that much genuine fur is still 500 bucks. Yes, but it holds up. I would love to get like a nice, cunty, like, grandmother, it's me, Anastasia, like fur coat, you know? I think it used to be, I would consider that distasteful, but now thinking about how long it lasts, how warm it is, and that it, if anything, it's environmentally beneficial to not waste these things. And also, human beings have sustainably been using animal pelts to stay warm throughout history. Like, I would love to find me a cunty fur um, and wear it. Like, I think that we have a few thrift stores like in Edgewater and Andersonville here that have like 50s vintage, like old vintage and housewares, mid-century modern, and you see the occasional fur, but yeah, it's pricey. There are two kinds of pleather: falls apart, a bunch of plastic. Sometimes it's both. Yeah, I feel like most of them are like neoprene is better, right? Like faux leather, like collars and stuff, or sometimes not neoprene, something like that, which I think holds up a little better than like the plastic that just like is like glued onto fabric, a fabric backing, and it just sloughs off like dead skin flakes after a few years. So gross. Quarian says, I had to toss the first studded belt I bought when I was a teen 20 years ago because even after painting over the flaking plastic with repair paint, it was unwearable. Yeah, that happens, unfortunately, with pleather. Um, I almost bought a pleather couch last year. I'm really glad I got shitty fabric that my cat can ruin because it would have been trash already. Emerson says, I got a great free leather jacket this spring right as it was getting hot, so I'm super excited to wear it this fall. Um, Amazing. Love it. The Substack that I'm talking about is The Chatner by Danny Lavery of the Toast fame, though I recognize talking about the Toast now is like um, not relevant to a lot of people's like references. Let me add it. I think it's thechatner.substack.com. Oh wait, no, maybe it's Shatner, Substack. Danny Lavery is one of the first trans people to ever do it on Substack. He and his wife Grace really called out Substack for giving advances to people like Jesse Single. I just put that in the chat, and he kind of in return was offered like something like a $450,000 for 2-year advance to write a weekly newsletter for Substack. And he writes a lot of kind of like fanciful short fiction, pastiche, parody stuff. I've cited him before in writing about family estrangement because his estranged father was part of a leader of a big evangelical church in Menlo, California, and both him and his son, Danny's estranged brother, had been sexually violating people. And so Danny talks about like living with that stuff and getting completely estranged from your entire family. He used to write the Slate advice column Dear Prudence. Which is my favorite. He was my favorite Dear Prudence by far. He's a trans guy. His books are great. He's a sweetheart. He was one of the first people to really publish me when I was first getting started. On his website, The Toast, I published an article on my relationship with Dan Savage and the time that I got breakfast with Dan Savage. I published a piece there about working in the Cook County Jail when I was in grad school, and also working for a solitary confinement abolition group at the same time, and those like contradictions, and a few other pieces about teaching in CPS, Chicago Public Schools, and I was not published really anywhere for my like personal storytelling at that point in the early 2010s, and Danny and Nicole Cliff, his co-owner of The Toast, really gave me a leg up, and I was really inspired by their writing a ton. I'm a huge fan of him and his work, and I look up to him. And we transitioned, I think, around the same time too, so that was cool to just kind of watch as like a fan. So, shout out to Danny Lavery. Love you, love your work, dude. Absolutely. I see some people in the chat say I like a combination of squishy and crunchy, separated, alternated. Male Valen says I'm not spicy enough for the hot ones, but I like the regular crunchy ones. About the Cheetos. Got some other destroyers in the chat. Casual Live, hello. I also love destroying things. Xtenax says me too. I'm a destroyer. That makes me think of 9 Inch Nails. I'm the great destroyer. That's a stim that is frustrating to have, being a destroyer type stimmer, because you can't just buy a stim toy that like helps you continue to destroy things. Like you just have to keep buying like shitty cheap pens and like breaking the edges off of them. So bubble wrap kind of hits, but it's not the same. I have like, even my sister 3D printed me some of these great like spikies stim things, and you can see I broke the end off of it, because as good as digging sharp edges into my body and spinning things feels, I want to like break and snap and throw and eat and destroy, and that is what hits. And skin picking and picking somebody else's scalp, or zits, or like ripping things, not paper. Personally, any paper texture feels bad to me, but like breaking plastic, tearing up bar coasters, like give me your stimming tips of things to destroy, because I am the great destroyer. Some more talk about leather care. Busy Marzipan says, I can't say I know too much, just been doing some sewing and leather conditioning. That's a great start. Leather sewing is, I mean, that's already in my mind a level up, because you can't sew the way you sew fabric. You have to plan and make the holes once you're ready to sew, and know that you have the holes in the right place. So that's I have not broached that part yet. I've been meaning to sew or get someone to put a leather strap onto my pup hood that's more like a mask, to make it like strap on, and I'm just really afraid to make the holes and do the sewing. So hopefully I'm gonna have a friend do that. I saw someone on Instagram who made a leather belt bag situation, and she teased a tutorial video. I can't wait. Yeah, that stuff is really interesting and satisfying. Hello, DJ on Dion. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for saying I look cute today. I've been feeling cuter and cuter in my transition journey. This bandana, as I already mentioned, is from friend of the show, Rebirth Garments, Sky Kubakub, who is a queer, disabled clothing maker. They make binders. They make all kinds of like pro-Palestinian swag for fundraisers. They make like bathing suits and bodysuits in bright geometric colors. They make chainmail, jewelry. Huge fan of Rebirth Garments. I write about them in Unmasking Autism. They're a personal homie. We've done a stream with them to do a fundraiser for a disabled mom in Palestine named Nara, in Gaza, and her family. And that always needs more support. And a lot of the stuff that you can buy from Rebirth Garments does support Nara and her family, or Siraj, a young Palestinian young man who does a lot of mutual aid in Gaza. So huge shout out to Rebirth Garments for everything they do. They're a wonderful, wonderful person. They have a pink version of this bandana that as soon as it's available again, I'm going to try to get. When Tilda says there's a lot of interesting leather alternatives, but they're almost always coated with polyurethane at the very least. I'm polyurethane's #1 hater. I hear that. Another Toast fan, Quarian, hello. Let's be millennial together. I'm an evangelical church's biggest hater. Maybelline says, I don't destroy, but I do take pens apart and pull them back together over and over. Hello, Callisto. Welcome. Are your ears burning? Because I was talking about you. I was talking about this harness and you being there when I won it. And we're talking about right now clothing shopping and thrift store finds. So you've come at the right time, because I know we've texted about looking for the right affirming clothing lately. So good to see you. Good to see you, Time Theftin. We love it. Lots of Skin Pick fans here. Another shout out for NAC, the vitamin, which for some people reduces skin picking. If you're curious about NAC, a vitamin that is associated with fighting OCD compulsions and skin picking, we talk about it in the Piscord. I've stopped it. It was not helping me in the end with the OCD rumination type stuff, but I have been taking SAM-E, which is a mood, just like supplement mood uplifter, and that has really been keeping me from crashing out in a great way lately. But I also maybe I didn't take enough of the vitamin, so I was only taking like one. I didn't want the farts everybody was talking about. We got some love for Rebirth Garments in the chat. A Blue Octopus says, I have a binder from Rebirth Garments, and it is so nice, fun colors, and much more comfortable than other ones I've tried. Yes, Rebirth Garments has all kinds of disabilities, and they understand that compression can't be like the strongest possible for everyone. So you can do custom orders that are made to measure in whatever color combinations you want, and you can choose the amount of compression that you get on your binder with them. So I think right now they're very burnt out because they just had a radical queer fair showing off designs from young queer designers, youth, and they had a pretty bad crash, post-exertional crash from that. So I don't know if they're taking orders really right now, but let me actually pull up their site just so y'all can see their stuff. Oh yeah, I'm trying to buy their hankies as soon as their hankies as soon as they're available. Oh no, the pink one's still not here. Okay, I'll share. So they are at rebirthgarments.com. So right now I think they're doing a pretty limited run of stuff, again, because they are disabled as hell. They have some mask covers for flow masks, covers for the UV light, like COVID protection things that people wear, the Kryptons. Here's a swimmable chest binder in like a mesh. Here's their chest binders with straps in different colors. They've got some underwear. They have gaffs, which are useful for tucking swim shorts. This little crop top with like a little squiggle pattern. So cute. I've always wanted to get that. A few other crop tops, bathing suits. And they have a lot of these things that you see on the screen right now. They do customs when they have the spoons for it, and you can get different colors and fabrics and things like that. So they've got swim crop tops, leotards, swimsuits, rash guards. This asymmetrical color blocked binder is really cute. It has like a geometric black and white triangle pattern, like a bright green mesh, and then like a teal and blue trim. They have a watermelon print crop top, and a lot of the proceeds for that one goes to Nara in Gaza, and I believe Siraj as well in Gaza. Um, we have some more plus size models. They're very size inclusive and take people's exact measurements and design for disabled bodies as much as possible. Um, and they just make all kinds of really cool, colorful stuff. We just love it. Um, Really, this cool unitard with like cutouts around the armpits and the belly, like in circular patterns. So good. Uh, really. Oh yeah, here's more of the watermelon print stuff. A little squiggle crop top, shorts, skirt, all kinds of cute stuff. So shout out to the good homie Rebirth Garments, uh, Sky for doing what you do. Everything you do is cool as hell. Um, so check them out and support a really cool disabled creator if you're in the market for those kinds of things. All right, let's dive on in to discussing today's topic and today's piece. Today we're talking all about kinky dating, finding partners, and especially that perennial problem that hits the kinky dating marketplace. How does one find your Dom? That is the question that I think probably the largest group of at least vocal on the internet people who will hornily key smash on the internet but not actually shoot their shot and hit on anyone. Where can I find a Dom? Where am I going to find my master? You know, my owner. I need a handler. I need an owner. Da da da. That is a perennial problem. How do I find a partner who exactly matches with my precise kinks and will do the things that I fantasize about having done to me? Those are really common questions that people have. And we're going to be looking at two questions like that today. And my general answers for people who are venturing into the kinky cruising or dating marketplace, trying to find their person, and why even that idea of finding your person is kind of the wrong focus to take. It's not really how it works. And approaching these things with more of a mind towards how can I build my own skills to make myself a more dynamic and compelling and attractive kink partner, and how do I just build relationships with other people in the community that I like, regardless of whether or not it's going to get me laid or I'm going to have sex with them. I think that is often a more healthy and in the long term rewarding approach to these questions. And the more you move in that way of how can I grow and how can I nurture my relationships, the less you are going to fall prey to abuse, bad doms who don't know what they're doing, using people like they are kink dispensers, and like just having kind of like incel logic in how you approach people, which is just never good for yourself or good for others. So it's a really common problem. I say incel, which is very disparaging, but it happens as a mentality that a lot of people have going into kink or into dating in general. That comes from a lot of really common cultural messages that we get and culturally like shared priorities. And so you don't have to be like an alt-right like misogynist to move into dating with a spirit of entitlement, but you don't have to live that way. And if you think about these things in a more social, generous, and growth-oriented way, then you'll usually have better outcomes in life. Maybe you'll never find the Dom of your dreams, but you'll find out that what you needed was something else entirely. So those are some of the lessons I have learned and that I've seen many people in the community learn over and over again. So I thought it would be fun to write about and discuss. Quarian says regarding Rebirth garments, I love that they're actually designed for comfort and accessibility in various bodies. Yes, they really have made clothing for people in all kinds of mobility devices, people of all sizes, people who missing limbs, who use prosthetics, who use canes, just the full diversity of how you might need to move or sit in your clothing. So it's very helpful and cool and pizzazz. Like the colors are so dope. I love their stuff. I want to buy like all their stuff, but I always feel bad because they're always like overworked as hell. Melvalen says, sadly, probably won't be able to contribute much. Sorry, it's censored. I'm kinky, but have major blocks to dating and even showing up to the kink community at all. Well, that's why it's good that you're here, Male Valence. Like, that is exactly like who we are like addressing in this piece. You say you're too scared. Well, we're gonna whip you into shape here. We're gonna take you to kinky boot camp. You know, like you don't have to do anything that you're not comfortable doing. And for my part, there's definitely aspects of engaging with the kinky community that some feel like a better use of my time, and some bore me to tears or just like are whack or like uncomfortable. So you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. But, you know, in the spirit of kinkiness, we're going to make you do things you don't want to do. And we're going to empower you to maybe do some of the little steps of just messaging people, finding people who share certain interests, tipping your toe into the water so that you can get a little bit more fulfillment at your pace. And I don't know, you'll know what that means for you. Like, it doesn't mean you have to go to a munch. Maybe it's something online. Maybe it's just exploring your fantasy space in a way that makes this stuff gradually less scary to you. I don't know. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it in the chat throughout this piece, because that's what we're here for. Thanks for being here, Artistic Bum. Sorry you gotta go. Good luck with your car. See you around on the Piscord. Hello, Reembodied. It's great to see ya. Hello. Quarian says, I don't really want to find a play partner at this stage, but I do want to explore and engage with my interests. I think a lot of this article is very relevant to that as well. Waluigi Bowser, you mentioned if you're on the Arrow Ace spectrum, that definitely figures into here because a lot of kinky people do not have what typically gets called sex. Like, you can call anything sex if you want to call it sex, but there are plenty of people who only like the role play or the getting tied up or tickling someone or wearing certain outfits, whatever it is you want. It can all be there. Waluigi Bowser says, I want to talk about sexual stuff, but I don't want to make people uncomfortable. I know, and I think that's a kind of baggage that seems especially common now, and especially common among people of your generation, younger people, where people like me grew up in an era where our boundaries sexually were getting crossed all the time, which had significant problems for us. But there's been a real cultural rebound in the opposite direction, where now people think being a sexual person or talking about sex is itself an act of harm. And it's not. You know, isolating people from their community and from being able to learn about themselves and their bodies, that is also an act of harm, you know. And so it is important to talk about this stuff. Discomfort is not harm. People can see themselves out. Of course, there are times and places where it's not polite to bring these things up, but here is not one of those places. Here you can be filthy. Twitch won't let me show like a vibrator on screen, so there's limits to what we can do. But on the Piscord, really almost anything goes. Especially on the NSFW channel, it's okay to talk about these things. It's helpful to talk about these things, and you're not doing anything wrong. And if somebody gets uncomfortable, they have their own journey of removing themselves from uncomfortable situations. That is a good skill for them to practice. And so what a gift that you've given them that opportunity to practice maintaining their own boundaries. Welcome, Doniverse. Not late at all. I've just been riffing and chatting and talking about leather and clothing and thrifting and food and BS. So welcome. We're about to dive in. All right, before we read, I'm sorry, all the preamble, we are going to do a very quick bubbling in the spirit of keeping the air moving, remembering to breathe. I don't know if anyone can hear the difference, but I have been really working on doing my bubble exhalations, and I've been going to Chicago Gay Men's Chorus practices, and I can feel the difference in how I'm projecting and using air in my voice. And I'm like actually breathing some of the time, which has been really good for me. So we're going to do a few just long exhales into some water with a straw. Feel free to follow along at home if, like me, you hold your breath too much. And hopefully those of you who appreciate ASMR will enjoy that. But if you don't like the sound of bubbles in water, just step away for a second. Whew. Whew. I must have been holding a lot of air. That was a long exhale. Whew. Let's do another one. Oh, that feels so good. Ah, oh, air. We're breathing. We are putting oxygen in our bloodstream, and our bodies are alive. How wonderful. Sometimes. Mavellan says, "Don't have drink, will lip trill." Oh, I we do that for chorus practice, and I can't do it to save my life. Like, I can't do it. That shit's tough. What repertory I'm working on? We are doing a Holly Dolly Christmas, so it's Christmas songs and also Dolly Parton songs. I am a lower baritone. We've been working on what did we do on Sunday? Hard Candy Christmas from the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. Here you go again, or Here You Come Again. Oh, there's so many sad songs. Dolly Parton is kind of the queen of like depressed delusion. Like she has so many songs about how like she's gonna be okay, she's coping, somebody left her. It's so interesting. That's country though for you. It's all torch songs, like sad torch songs and songs about being jilted. And for someone so beautiful to be jilted all the time, I see why she is such a queer icon, because there is such a tendency for our divas to be women who are both strong and fragile, who have to put on a certain front of glamour to protect themselves, but also who are very wounded and sad, but are independent. And that is such the queer experience. A lot of us have to live in a defiant loneliness and put some beauty on our sorrow. And, a revolutionary take, but Dolly Parton kind of slaps a little bit. She kind of goes. So I've been practicing that stuff, and I'm really enjoying it. All right, here is the piece that I'm going to be reading today to y'all. I have that pinned in the chat. One of the songs I'm working on right now is Waylon Jennings' arrangement of Light of a Clear Blue Morning. Oh, that's lovely. I've been doing a lot of country in my singing lessons too. Randy Travis, Forever and Ever, Amen. I really like that song. Lyle Lovett's If I Had a Boat, which is very funny and cute. And we did just start doing some Sufjan Stevens, To Be Alone with You. So, my boy. Um, I love singing. It's brought so much healing to me this year to have this new creative pursuit that I'm bad at, but getting steadily better and better at, and seeing it register in how I speak, how I do things like this, my breathing, forced me to get my jaw fixed up, getting my wisdom teeth out, singing, my beloved. Fleshslime says, so excited to hear more. I listened to the essay the other day and thought it was really interesting. I'm sad at work, wasting time and being less productive. Period. Welcome, Fleshslime. Let's read this dang old piece already. Dang, it's been a minute, hasn't it? Let's read this fucking thing. So, if you'd like to read along or get my writing in your email box, you can go to drdevinprice.substack.com. All of my writing is always free forever, as well as these narrations. And this piece is called One Does Not Simply, quote, Find a Dom. Kink isn't about getting a partner. It's about growing in community with your fellow freaks. I published it on Monday. The cover image here is a stock photo from unsplash.com. It is a white backdrop with a red rose with a green long stem and leaves and not that many thorns. And it has been taped against a white surface with a bright kind of hot pink fuchsia piece of like painter's tape. So it's this very stark, bright image. And it's by Stephen Haddock on Unsplash. And I've captioned it, Want the Thorns, Nurture the Rose. Quarian says, seeing slow changes, reflecting your own actions is amazing, especially when it improves your experience in your own body. Yes, I really, I've spent way too much of the last several years just sitting at the computer, writing with hurtful posture and not talking to people. And that has caused all kinds of tension in my body, and learning to breathe and speak again has been huge. And a big part of that has also been psychological. Like I've had to learn to not hold in my words in terms of how I communicate too. So even just saying what I mean and not playing social three-dimensional chess all the time has also helped with all of these problems. The breathing, the tension in the back, the tension in the jaw, like it's all connected. And it was healing that I really needed. So, and it's a lot of work, but it is truly transformative. And that's my like new transitional phase is a big part of that. There's other things kind of going on that are a big part of it. It's beautiful. Quarian also says, I appreciate this community so much. So glad to hear what everyone is up to and thinking about. Thanks for liberating me from the prison of my own mind. Oh, well, thank you. Because, yeah, it's hell in here when nobody's there and there's nothing to do. So I feel you. This week in Sex Anarchy, we are considering 2 questions I received on Tumblr, both oriented around a quandary many new kinksters find themselves wondering. How to find a kink partner who fulfills your emotional and erotic requirements, whose desired role mirrors the role that you play in all of your fantasies, and who shares your hyper-specific or niche kinks. Spoiler alert, one does not actually find this person. The sexual or kinky play partner who arrives fully formed as the perfectly fitting lid to your pot does not exist. And framing kinky courtship as a search for your one true dom misrepresents the amount of collaborative work that you must be willing to put into every good scene. A kinky dynamic is a thing that is made through the repeated efforts of at least 2 people. And before a person is even capable of forming such a bond, they'll usually have to develop a number of skills, both interpersonal and technical, and build some real connections within the kinky community of the non-sexy, not immediately gratifying variety as well. Let's first turn our attention to Tumblr user SoyBoyFag, hello, who wants to know how he might find a kinky partner when his interests run rather niche. So if you want to submit a question to me for an article like this, you can go to just drdevonprice.com/ask. That is my Tumblr ask box. And SoyBoyFag sent me this question. Anons are off, but I still want to know, do you have advice on how to find people to engage in your niche kinks with? Are there any online spaces you'd recommend? Do you find people in real life? So at the time I got this question, I had my anonymous ask box turned off because people were being really fucking ace phobic, and it was really triggering me. It was really upsetting me. I've turned them back on right now, so if you have anonymous questions you want to submit, you can do that now. Get in while it's good. But thank you, SoyBoyFag, for submitting this question using your beautiful Tumblr handle. I had a therapist once that I was too bashful to share my specific fetishes with, even though he was a dom himself and wouldn't have judged anything I said. Whenever I alluded to looking for partners or struggles in kink, he joked that I must have been into teddy bear picnics. Since you don't say what your hyper niche kinks are, SoyBoyFag, I'm going to go do the same thing here for you. When you have a kink that is rare or impossible to literally realize in person, the main place where you learn to explore it is in the fantasy realm. Maybe you've replayed your favorite scenes of teddy bear picnics in childhood cartoons until every frame of animation was seared into memory. Perhaps you placed yourself in the middle of stuffy-filled picnic scenes in stories or drawings that you made. The internet has made it possible for people with even extremely niche fetishes to find content made by one another and to roleplay together online. But most of this still operates on implicitly shared language and heightened imagery, which can feed into your own fetish's detachment from the real world. And this isn't a bad thing. Fantasy play can do a great job of training us to indulge our imaginations. It just can't teach us how to negotiate satisfying play in real life. One thing you really have to do is abandon the thought of finding your one perfect fit who just magically already exists in the world, and instead make it a goal to find other people in the kink community who are skillful, good communicators that you vibe with, who have interests that are compatible enough that you two can work out some kind of scene together that you both can be happy with. And I think that is one of the first places to start shifting your thinking if you are one of those, I need a dom, where is my dom, where is my sub, where's my slave, where's my master kind of people. Maybe one day you will have that. But for now, stop thinking about, okay, how do I find this ideal relationship and person? And think about scenes. What is something I want to do this week with somebody? You know, what is some skill I want to learn? What is a specific role play scenario I want to try? And let's just start with that. And that makes it a lot less overwhelming. And it makes building up to what you want way more possible. So highly recommend that. A person who enjoys teddy bear picnics just as much as you simply might not exist anywhere close to you, even if you were lucky enough to happen upon another teddy bear picnic fetishist in your local community. There's no guarantee that what they find erotic about the kink will line up with what you enjoy. Maybe they're into a Care Bears-y kind of aesthetic while your tastes lean more like stiff teddy bears, like the classic wireframe teddy bears. Hell, sharing a kink with somebody doesn't guarantee that they will treat you well or that the play with them will be any good. And so focusing on the content of our fantasies actually misses the point. I share all of this because it is a common misconception and one that I used to buy into. Before I came out as a hypnosis fetishist, I kept all my desires locked away because I figured nobody else shared them with me. I was infected with heterosexual, sexist programming around sex, which teaches women that they must transform themselves into their husband's ideal partner. And so I thought if I wasn't the perfect complement to some man's sexual fantasies, then I believed I wasn't ever going to find love or pleasure at all. This is what the talk about a soulmate and like finding your person can do to someone, particularly to women. I think straight people, men and women, approach it in slightly different ways, but they're looking for their perfect fit rather than looking at a collaboration and what you're willing to become for your partner, because we all change over the course of our relationships. So I think the search for your perfect one, even if you're queer and what your perfect one looks like is really different from what straight people would be looking for, it is still a reflection of straight thinking, to be looking for your one person who magically already complements you, and that the purpose of a partner is to just satisfy you or for you to satisfy them. Quarian says, oh, ow, this is hitting. Joke about sadomasochism. Since I'm in like teacher mode, lecture mode, I'm like more like dommy. So I'm like, even though I'm not like a dom normally, like actually in a sexual way, but like, oh yeah, you like that, don't you? These hard truths. Ooh. I am a sadist though, so I do like hurting people with hard truths. So, hello. I'm always talking about like conditioning more people into finding their dommy self, but y'all are bringing out my dommy side in this way. my very like corny like teachery dommy side. Getting online and finding out that there were actually a ton of people who shared my interest in erotic mind control helped me overcome much of my shame. But when I started dating kinky, I still did so with the belief that I had to be a partner's exact mirror. I posted exhaustingly long classified ads that read like a shopping list, and wrote kinky dating app profiles in character as the brainlessly obedient servant that I wanted to play in scenes, rather than the actual complicated person that my partners would have an ongoing relationship with. And I didn't find my perfect match. And I despaired until I finally started attending kinky meetups and conferences and building actual friendships with other kinky people, regardless of whether we shared any of the same fantasies or would ever have sex. Here is what I came to learn, soy boy fag. Kink is improv. It's a game. It's a LARP, a live action role play. And so finding a partner is a lot like finding someone who will be interested in your 20th century mermaid role-playing game and landing on the buddy who is into pirates and the one who likes marine biology, plus that one friend who is just down to play anything because they're a great improver and loves tabletop role-playing games. You don't have to line up in your tastes in all ways. And you don't have to apologize for where your tastes diverge. You just have to find that little sliver of the Venn diagram where you and other people can meet. Here is the first image. I made this in MS Paint. It's very ugly. I used, the typewriter font. But this is looking at two competing ways of thinking about finding a compatible partner. On the left-hand side, it is one circle that is divided in half with all kinds of like jagged edges and cutouts, and the two halves of the circle fit one another's cutouts perfectly. One side is labeled partner, one side is labeled you, and underneath it says, finding a partner is less like this, finding your perfect half. And then on the right-hand side, we see a Venn diagram. We have one separate circle that says partner, another separate circle that says you. They overlap in a small area where they're yellow and red circles, so they're orange where they meet, and they overlap, and the caption there says, and more like this. So finding a partner is less about finding your perfect half who matches and lines up in everything that you like, and more about finding a person where you can overlap a little bit and build something new together. Because notice that the overlap between the two is not the yellow person's color or the red person's color, it's orange. It is a new creation made by the bringing together of two fully autonomous individuals. Waluigi Bowser says average deviant art, fetish art. Oh, yes. If graphic design is your passion, I hope there's somebody out there who gets turned on by like really ugly MS Paint art, because I would be the perfect partner for you if that's your fetish. Male Valen says, it's funny because I used to think I was only a dom and sadist, but now I feel more switchy. It's a really interesting thing to me, how people self-conceive of their kink role and what leads them to think in a particular way about their kink role. Like, what feels comfortable to imagine yourself doing. Like, a lot of people, if they feel ashamed of desire, they gravitate towards thinking of themselves as a subby bottom, right? Because it feels more safe to receive the attention than to put that attention out. But there's also maybe just as many people who what feels safe for them initially is, I am in control of the situation. I am not being touched. I am the one that's touching. I'm not being hurt. I'm the one doing the hurting, whatever. And of course, there are people who, we've talked about this before on Time Theft Today, who are stone, who do not want to be touched at all. And that's their sexual life, and that's fabulous. We love a stone top out here. Stone tops, call me. But like some of that, sometimes for some people, if what you're interested in changes over time, it can be because certain roles felt safer, or certain roles were projected onto you based on how you look or your identities, and it just felt easier to fulfill that role and easier to find partners. Like, I think a lot of service tops, why I don't kind of fuck with service tops that much is because I think a lot of them, unless they really sincerely have interrogated it and know that they love service topping, it seems like a lot of people gravitate to that role because they think it will earn them partners. It makes them a good partner. They're giving. They'll do whatever the other person likes. And when somebody's that motivated by people pleasing, it is not hot to me. Traditionally, though I've been nurturing my pillow princess side and learning to enjoy that side of things too. So, yeah, there's a lot of like ways this stuff can evolve. Let's see. Quarian says, how I feel about my kink role has also changed over time a lot. What I imagine in fantasies that I never want to act on is very different from how I might like to engage with play partners. That's a really important thing to explore for a lot of kinky people. Things that you crank your shit to might not be the things you actually want to do. I think a lot of us, our imaginary tastes run more extreme and violent than we can safely endure. You know, speaking as a more subby person, the stuff I fantasize about is like I'm being killed and I'm tied up forever and I'm enslaved and da-da-da. And like the extent of actual like ownership that I actually want when I really look at my life and how I've dealt with 24/7 when I've been in 24/7 dynamics. Some of them have been beautiful and fun, but most of them I eventually got the pathological demand avoidance. And I'm a big personality with a big life and big tastes, and a hunger for new experiences. And so I can't actually be that easily contained. And so even though I fantasize about like, keep me in your closet and just use me like a fleshlight and I don't have a life or opinions, that is fun for a couple of days, but I can't actually live that way. So there's a big difference between what you fantasize about And no dom in the right mind would want that either. Like, that's a ton of responsibility. But we get into that in the piece later. Mavalent said, sub would be projected onto me because I'm gendered as a woman most of the time. Right. So that makes it feel like a less comfortable thing where you can't trust, like, do I actually want to do this? Or is this just something expected of me? Or like, I'm never even going to try this because fuck you for expecting that of me. And so it can be a really interesting recycling around to go, okay, now that I have rejected this role long enough that I know that I am safe from it, now I can actually decide if there's anything for me there. And I think that's a really common thing. For me, I get dominance projected onto me a lot because I was presenting mask and because I'm older than a lot of people, gray bones in a grave, and most of all because of how I carry myself and how I talk. People think I'm dominant, or they like fetishize like you like, ooh, you have this kind of career, like you must be authoritative or whatever. And I don't like that. You know, I've had to really strongly reject people assuming that I'm going to top them or dom them. And I've had people try to manipulate me and like Uno reverse me into doming them. Like somebody would be a switch and they'll come to me and they'll be like, yeah, I'm switchy, I can dom you. And then they'll be like, oh, I command you to like be my dad and do all these things. And like they flip themselves back into the sub role when I've made it very clear that I don't want to top them. I don't want to dom them. Like, so yeah, sometimes you just really need safety from like the projections to be able to ever explore, okay, wait a second. I do sometimes like getting my way. I do sometimes like being the center of attention, the princess, maybe even the brat a little bit. I do have a sadistic side. I do like fucking with people and hurting people in certain ways and like undercutting them and telling them what to do in certain very particular contexts, but I needed to be safe from the burden of that being expected of me just because I'm good at it. Like, I know I would be a great hypnotist. I just know that. I have every skill in that repertoire. And I've done it a few times and I'm good at it, but I don't want to do it, you know? So I'm not going to do it. And maybe someday I'll be so free from the pressure to do it that I'll want to do it. But like, I don't want to do that shit. And yeah, so that shapes what you're interested in sometimes. Quarian says, to be explicit, fantasy is great on its own and not as a precursor or exploration for the purpose of planning a scene with a partner. Yes, jerking off is good. Making art, making a story, just thinking your little daydreams. Like, we need to daydream. We need to play. Imagination is very special and good. And it's valid. It's legitimate. And for some ace people and lots of other people, fantasy is the main realm where you engage with your kink, and that's fine. Piss Hospital says, correctly called out, it's something I've been working to unwind, a lot of the stuff we're talking about. Yeah, this is really deep cultural conditioning. So as I get deeper into the piece and I start talking about like kink dispenser thinking and taking advantage of people or taking people for granted, I just want people to know I'm not saying you're a bad person if you have any of this shit drilled into you. Bad people don't exist. Good people, morality isn't real. Whatever, like, nothing is anything. Nothing means anything. But like, it's very common to have this baggage. I do it. You do it. We all do it. We all suck out here. It's cool. It's fine. Let's unlearn this bullshit together. Quarian says, we love stone tops. We love pillow princesses. Yes. Stone tops, pillow princesses. Oh, I love you. I love you. I'm a big fan of your beliefs. And here we believe anyone can use those titles, even if they are historically lesbian. Even straight people, even straight polyamorous people on field. It's cool shit. Piss Hospital says, I get that as a trans woman who is interested in sleeping with women, service topping seemed like the only inroad for me and the only thing anyone would want me for. I'm trying to sort out what another role would be like for me or if one is even available. Yes, and I think certainly, at least for me, my experience is obviously very different. My positionality is different. But I think I had to get to a place of if nothing happens, if no sex or kink happens, that's okay. And I would rather not have it happen than do something I don't actually want to do, or something that I think is going to earn me the connection that I want. But I'm very stubborn and firm in certain boundaries, like the comp dom thing. Like it's a real deal breaker for me when somebody tries to do that to me. But your mileage may vary, right? Like I think if I was attracted to people physically, I might get more out of doming because I could look at them and be like, hell yeah, like cool, like whatever like non-ace people do. Like hell yeah, titty jerk off, like but like since I don't have that, like I don't really get something out of a dynamic just because it's with somebody who's attractive, or like it turns them on. Like there needs to be something else there. But for you, you might find like, here are the aspects of topping I'm comfortable with, if it's with a toy rather than with my body, or if it's in this particular context, or only if it's with other trans women so I feel less taken advantage of, or like whatever. Like these are just common experiences that I hear from people who resolve some of that tension. I know a lot of people, I see this among trans women, and I also actually see it among like, I know a lot of gay men who are like in the fisting community where everybody wants to be fisted. Nobody wants to be the fister. And so there it's very much a community norm of like, come on, you want to play, you're going to have to pay. You know, like you have to trade off. Like you can't go around just asking to get fisted and not ever fisting anybody. And it's not like fisting is really all that hard. So like if you have a fist, you can probably do it unless it's like way too big of a fist. And so it's kind of a community norm there of like, hey, we're all going to receive and we're going to give sometime. And if you don't do that, that's a little bit anomalous. And it's just considered like considerate. And I think I know some trans women who they predominantly date other trans women, and like they want to bottom sometimes, they're willing to top sometimes under certain constraints, and they like figure it out. And that's okay if that's okay for you. But if that's not okay for you and you never want to do it, you never have to do it. Like you can be picky. And sometimes it's better to just not date people or fuck people if it's not compatible. But, you know, even for me, like I had to get to a place personally of being comfortable with like, I would rather not have something happen than settle for something that I don't like, you know? How do I feel about this when I am choosing it versus when it is expected or imposed on me? Huge. I think that's at the heart of so many kinky things, you know? That's why people have like, one of the reasons why people have like rape fantasies, right? Like I have unwanted sexual attention imposed on me, and now I'm choosing to play act that. And that's liberatory, you know? Like there's a lot of ways in which that dynamic plays out in kink, I think, that question. Lena Mel says, to be honest, I'm always confused by people who treat 24/7 as if you're always doing kinky shit, because that's just unrealistic. To me, it's always been you could do kinky things randomly, free use, but with kink, essentially. Well, I would say 24/7 is a topic I'm very, very passionate about, all the inroads of. It really depends. So there are people who their 24/7 still means that, let's say they're a couple who lives together and they are cohabitating and they share a lot of life. Realistically, the partner who's the sub still has to make decisions and move independently throughout their day. They probably have to decide what to eat for lunch. Like they probably choose how they get to work. They have to make decisions at work. But there still might be, for a lot of people, an opportunity for the dom to exert control over them at any time, where like the sub is kind of like an automaton. Like they can run and take responsibility for themselves and make decisions that are based on priorities they've already agreed on with their partner, or protocols and rules that they have. But at any time, that partner could slip in and say, you know, send me a picture of what you're wearing, or I want you to eat this thing for lunch today, or, you know, when on the way home from work, you need to pick up this or whatever. And so it is, I think it is kind of, in some ways like what you're saying, that you could insert a kink dynamic into anything at any time. But I think also with some people who really truly do have like protocols every day, it could potentially still be kind of happening a majority of the time, whether it's like you have to be plugged while you're at work, or I've known people who were on like Discord calls with their owners throughout their day, and their owner could like listen in, or surveilling them with like cameras and things like that, where it really, really actually is 24/7 in that way. But like that level is really not sustainable for most people. I think that's too grueling for most people. That stuff is hot as fuck, but like it gets really challenging and difficult. But I think other ways, I think the free use kind of analogy is good, because I think it does kind of put in an acknowledgement of like there's still always actually boundaries. Like your dom might message you and say you need to write lines of like your mantra and send it to me right now. But if you're at work or you're busy or something's happening, you still get to say like I can't. Like you still have to use your own judgment and stand up for yourself. So it's never like you're actually, even though like, yes, some things I think can get even more extreme than what you're describing, but I think if it's going to last for any amount of time and be like feasible, is almost always some ripcord there, or a diving in and out. And diving out of dynamic for discussions and check-ins regularly, I really think you kind of just have to do for most people. I think it's really hard to discuss every life decision and your relationship in role all the time. Get some resonance with being typecast as XYZ as trans femmes and comp top. Service topping as a trans woman, yeah. Obligatory service and marginalization in general. Thank you for bringing that up, AO Alliance. I think we see comp top on like black women also. On black men too. Like lots of like comp topping labor from black and like darker skinned people. I've written about that before, and I've shared the George Dust, Billy Ray Bellencourt piece on Top or Bottom. How do you desire? How do we desire in the New Inquiry? This piece, beautiful piece in the New Inquiry about how much who gets assumed to be a top is based on things like racism and stereotypes of what a top must look like or how they must behave. Really great conversation in this piece. Yargoyle says, something that has been tricky to parse through, new kinkster, is enjoying praise and exhibition or performing, but it's hard to listen to my gut about where the line is for enjoying direction and being projected onto. I have a feeling it isn't so black and white though, and maybe I go into situations not knowing when lines are crossed and what my lines are, than just saying it in the moment. Still probably more shame to work through around healthy, unhealthy. Yeah, you also can set the tone for how you want to perform. Like, performance and exhibition is not inherently either a submissive or a dominant role. It can be whatever you like it to be. I had this fabulous experience at Beguiled Hypnosis Convention this summer, where a friend and casual play partner of mine they like giving lap dances as their rubber doll self. So they dress up in full body latex with this doll mask and a wig, high heel shoes, dolled up, and they had a sheet of paper that they would hand to you. And I had already told them I'd love to get a lap dance from you. They had posted it in the Discord server for the conference, like if anyone wants a lap dance from Anya, my doll self, hit me up. I said, please, I would like to experience that. They gave me a sheet of paper and it said, here are the rules. I will play, 2 or 3 songs. I will initiate touch with you. If you agree to do this and you're sitting in the chair, you may be touched on the legs, the shoulders. I might get into your lap. I might put my rubber breasts in your face. If I touch you, then you can touch back, but you should not initiate any touch. Anya, my doll self, likes to be seen as sexually aggressive, but still somewhat submissive or like an object. Slutty, desirable. Here are the ways to interact with me. I do not talk. Do not talk to me. Here's how you can touch me, and so on and so forth. And it was one of the most like surreal, fun, unexpected, positive kink experiences for me of the year, because I'm a voyeur. I'm an exhibitionist. I love both sides of those things, and but I fear being creepy sometimes. I have that like, oh, I don't want to be a creepy man. Oh, I don't want to be a creepy, disabled, crazy person. And so being able to just sit there where we're in this dark dungeon, the music's on, the lights are dim, and I'm just locked on her and I'm looking at her, and I know my job here is to just watch and desire and receive touch. And if she's in my lap, I can touch her back and like enjoy that. And it'll just be this beautiful, intense, charged moment. And when it's over, it's over. And I can be fully locked in, and my attention is wanted, and it's not creepy, and I don't have to do anything else. It was so cool. It was so empowering. And it gave me the script to play the role. But of course, I'm still a unique individual in what gets me going in that moment. And like, I could just like feel my breathing increase and my pupils dilating and like being really excited and like getting to touch her. And like, it was so amazing. Shout out to my friend who did that. It's amazing. Hello, Chicago. Welcome. You caught me in the middle of a reverie, chin-handing at how lovely this whole agreement is. Very pleasant to have it all both explicit and fun. No, this person is so autistic. Like we also had some other scenes together, more privately, and they really lined up like, okay, we're going to do this, this, and this. You're going to try on these clothes. What kind of aftercare do you need or like? And they even have on their FetLife a protocol of like, so we've had casual play. We're not in a relationship in an ongoing way, but I still feel that I should be emotionally available to my partners, especially if they have any feelings after a scene. So my policy is, if you and I have any kind of kinky encounter for at least the next year, you can always feel free to reach out to me if you need to talk, or you're having a hard time, or you have any feelings about anything that happened. And I call this my person's name emotional support plan. Like, they just made it explicit, because when you have a casual relationship, it's very vague. Like, what are we? What can I expect from you? What can I ask from you? Can I expect any emotional presence, or is that inappropriate? And they just like were like, well, I'm autistic. I'm going to systematize it. I'm going to have a rule. You get a year. And if we're closer friends, obviously we'll be talking anyway. But if we have sex for any time in the next year, if you want to talk to somebody that you've had a sexual relationship with and get some support, I'm here. Like, they're so cool. They're such a cool freak. And they are bagging bitches left and right. They're amazing. Quarian says, Devin, could you write up a general description of how that negotiation went so I can use it as a script for future opportunities? I can get you the sheet that they gave me. They post a lot of their stuff on FetLife very explicitly. So, Quarian, message me on Discord or Tumblr after this, and I will pull you links to their FetLife that go through a lot of this stuff. Because they have, like, line by lines, when I am this character, here's how I like to be seen. Here's how to refer to me. Here's how to interact. And they gave me, like, a Google document link to the striptease stuff. So I can share that with you with their permission. But most of it is publicly shareable already, so I can send it to people. Oops, shoot. Did I just accidentally block a message? Sorry if I did that. I was just scrolling. Yeah. People who kink on protocol, you listen. Yes. Kinking on protocol is the tits. This is so nice to hear, given how messy my last situationship ended up. Yo, like, find the really autistic, really nerdy kinksters who over-communicate. Sometimes I find over-communication a little overwhelming, but, like, it's still, at the end of the day, so much better than, like, we're only going to talk when we're meeting up and we're not going to talk about what we're doing. Shit. That's rookie shit. That's bullshit. unless you just naturally really vibe, which I have a few people like that, but like normally you got to talk about this shit. You're leaving all kinds of opportunities on the table if you don't talk about this shit. Yeah, do they have a poster like a TED Talk somewhere? They have a FetLife. If you message me, I can give you a link to their FetLife. Don't be weird or bother them. But if you're a member of the Hypno Kink community or kink communities online, you know, you can become friends with this person. You can potentially get fucked by this rubber doll or fuck this rubber doll. Or dance with them. They really are into dance. It's like an erotic experience of all kinds. So, yeah, let's get my homie laid. Vetting, community vetting here. But more importantly, sharing resources. So I will share what I can, but I'm not going to put it on blast on the open internet, but just message me. All of this sounded overwhelming and way too hard, says Nosferatu616. But hearing you describe this kind of over-communication makes it maybe feel possible for me. I would feel so much better engaging with clarity like that. It is possible. There are people exactly like that online. And they have great experiences together. And for some people, that is half the joy of kink, is saying, here's what I like about it. So you're a doll. What do you like about being a doll? This is something I really love about the Hypno Kink community. We have these long ass panels where people are like, well, what I like about being a doll is the objectification. And what I like about it is the customization, or that you don't die, or like all these weird things, the femininity. Like, no, I actually like being a masculine doll. Like, and you find where you meet and you geek out on this stuff and you say, okay, I'm a doll, but I'm actually not a submissive doll. I like being the head doll. So you can be my little minion marionette dolls. And like, here's the thing. Like, and that's just the doll play. Like that's a real conversation that I like had with people at a doll panel at Beguiled. Like, the Hypno Kink community is really good at this stuff. They're also the best on COVID of any community I've seen, period. Still. So get into it, even if you're not hypno kinky. If you like this kind of over communication, we have Charmed coming up in New England in February. Beguiled online. There's an online HypnoCon that I'm going to be teaching a class on long-term DS dynamics, 24/7 long distance, long-term dynamics on. That's in October. That's all online. Get into it, because even if you're not into hypno, you might find some people like that. Reembodied. Join the Discord servers. Look up like the erotic hypnosis subreddit. Get on the Discord servers and look up Charmed Hypnosis Convention, Beguiled Hypnosis Convention. Dark Mind Deepwood is another one. Nihu, the New England Hypnosis Uncon. Nihu. Much to enjoy. And there's online events very frequently too. And people use the Discord channels for each con. Each con has its own server. You can post like wish lists of like, I'm looking for somebody to do this kind of scene. Does anybody want to try it? Like somebody posted like, I want to do a mermaid scene. I want to hypnotize everybody to be mermaids. And then we'll go to the pool of the hotel. And like they did it, like you can, use it to hook up, use it to make friends, teach classes. Oh, I love my people. So Beguiled Online, that's in October. You can take a class from me on long-term dynamics with my friend Mutt. And yeah. Oh God, we're gonna be streaming for like hours today. We're having a good conversation, so I can't complain. You guys got me stimming. Lena Mel says, my main problem is that more specific kink spaces are harder to find here. Most spaces are either open for everyone, gay men only, or everyone except cis men. Spaces for trans people, spaces for queers in general, spaces for lesbians, good fucking luck. Yeah. I find physical spaces, especially because it's all about rent, paying the rent, it skews towards cis gays or straight people, or like it's very limiting in what they are. Whereas I think finding like FetLife groups or Discord servers for specific sub-communities helps. But a lot of times then that means finding people that are like physically around you is more difficult. Like here in Chicago, we do have a semi-monthly hypno kink group that meets, and so you can find other hypno kinky people, but it's small, you know. So still, the magic happens at the conferences, which means everybody's fucking like 20 people every conference. It's crazy, but like, yeah, finding that specificity seems to help, but it takes it's not as plentiful. It's not going to be as plentiful on the ground as like circuit gay, leather harness, bulldog party bullshit. Like, yeah. Though Chicago does have like trans cruising nights and a wealth of options relative to other places, and I know that's I'm spoiled with riches in that regard. Continuing along in the piece, Soy Boy Fag. I used to think that kink was about bringing my fantasy into real life as much as humanly possible. And if I was ever going to be the full-time sexual servant that I thought I wanted to be, I'd have to find someone who wanted to own every bit of me all the time. The reality is that I'm looking to play. And so I need to find someone who is good to play with. And then find a game we'll both enjoy playing together. Or a sex that we want to have together, whatever you want to call it. So really interrogate your kinks and figure out what the core appeal of them is for you. What themes do you enjoy in your fetish content? What emotional, physical, relational, psychological, or sensory aspects speak to you? This is what will unite you with a ton of other kinky people, including ones with very different fetishes. It could be things like physical transformation, mental transformation, like, bimbofication, puppy space, physically intense sensations, pain, cold, heat, being electrocuted, whatever, tickling, conflict and repair, hurt and comfort, emotional release, giving away power, holding on to power or claiming power, struggle, voyeurism, exhibitionism, building something beautiful, inventive, or torturous. This is like your bondage predicaments kind of situation. You're building the saw trap, but for coming or bleeding or whatever. Arranging your body or a partner's bodies in an interesting way. We see this a lot in like rope or bondage or latex or human furniture, which is one of my favorites. I love being human furniture. Wearing gear, putting on a costume, feeling protective, like a mommy or a pet handler or a guardian. You don't necessarily have to be dominant to be protective. You could be the protective golem or bodyguard. Feeling vulnerable, feeling small, feeling weak, feeling exposed and humiliated. Enduring a physical or psychological challenge. So can I get myself out of this bondage? Can I solve this predicament and find like a way to game it? Can I meet this standard that my dom sets for me of working out every day and earn my stickers? Can I get stronger? Can I overpower someone? Can I outwit someone? Can I solve the brain of someone who's hard to hypnotize and get them to trance? You can see how many of these elements can be dom, sub, switchy, or something else, depending on your taste. Being a voyeur can be embarrassing, or it can be empowering, or it can be objectifying. You can be the dog on the floor watching people. You can be the pervert in the closet watching people. You can be the king making his like harem put on a show for him. Whatever. Like, what about this stuff gets you going? Or it could be something I would never even think of. Whatever it is, ask yourself, Are there any other kinky communities that might find similar aspects of play attractive? If you are interested in power exchange, for example, as I am, then maybe you can find enough commonality with pup players, pony players, or master-slave players to work out some kind of dynamic together that scratches the itch for both of you. Hell, even you and a chastity player might be able to get off to the idea of you being the key holder to their cock cage, or vice versa. If you like emotional intensity, then finding a sadist with a really great in-scene persona, really Patrick Bateman vibes or whatever, and who gives killer aftercare might be just the right thing. Even if what really gets you going is the intimacy of being mistreated and then comforted, and they just really like wailing on someone's ass, and they've learned, a nice style for how to do it. Both of you are giving a little ground here and providing something to get each other off. So me, I have slight masochist tendencies, like pain just feels good to me, but it's not my main thing. Like impact is by itself kind of boring for me, but if it's in the service of a power dynamic or an emotional connection, let's do it. I can play with that. The impact is just a tool to get to the dynamic for me. But if for somebody the impact is the main thing, we can figure something out. And if what you really are into is teddy bear picnics, well, you'd probably get along great with furries, plushophiles, and age players who enjoy tea parties, as well as their caregivers, just to name a few. Thinking of where the common ground can be found across kink communities is a rewarding creative task, because it forces you to really get clear about what you enjoy and why. I find that flagging myself as a pup is a lot more successful on the apps like Grindr than saying that I am interested in hypnosis. Hypnosis is a far more niche kink with a higher skill bar to clear. There just aren't as many people who know what it is or how to do it well. Puppy play, in contrast, is a kink whose stock is way up, with more people buying a hood, attending a mosh, which is where you get on the floor with other puppies and play with toys together and wrestle and fetch and maybe fuck and cuddle and whatever, and learning the norms of the community every day. Since part of what I enjoy about hypnosis is getting into a wordless, docile headspace, I can pretty easily become a happy pup for a handler. And once we're in the pup world, we have a language and frame for what we are looking for to do together that makes play happen pretty easily. So what is it about pup? What makes pup so appealing and makes its stock so high right now? Well, being a pup is a pretty flexible, submissive headspace. You can be playful. You can be kind of stupid and clumsy. You can be an alpha and still have some control. You can be the leader of a pack. There's a lot of different ways to enter into it. Pups are cuddly. That's very satisfying for a lot of people. Being a pup handler is a very rewarding, approachable style of dominance because you don't have to be a perfectly intimidating dom who's in control of everything. You don't even really have to be dominant at all to be a pup handler. You can be nurturing. You can give pets and praise. You can cuddle. You can ask for support. You can have a pup be your emotional support animal or your service animal. You can just play fetch. I know age players who like to be like a kid with their pet dog. So you can be small and need comfort or entertainment. You can be kind of bratty in that way. And it is very intimate without making, you do all the work of building a real long-term intimate relationship with somebody. So there's a lot of ways that pupness attracts furries, people who are into dom sub, cuddle sluts, like all kinds of different communities are attracted to this same world for different reasons. Waluigi Bowser says, go crazy, go stupid. Yes. Pup is all about go crazy, go stupid. It's like bimbo for gay guys, for one. But it's also a lot of other things. It's DS for people who don't want things to be like too scary. though it can also get scary and spicy if you like. It's feral and furry, but without being considered as cringe by other people. Like, you know, like there's a lot of reasons why people gravitate to pup, and it's an incredibly flexible kink. And you just have to talk about, what do I actually like about it? And I'm using it in the service of what outcome? And you can kind of think about that with any kink. Lena Mel says, a lot of the spaces that exist here are clubs putting on specific sex parties, occasionally rather than events for getting to know people. That is a thing also that we must acknowledge, is the economics. There's a lot of kink parties that it's somebody who's a party promoter, and they're just trying to sell tickets to their fucking rave, and people are wearing harnesses there, but there's not necessarily sex. Or someone is just trying to have a sex party and get a lot of people laid, but it's not actually that kinky beyond that, and that has its own set of problems. And so I find that those kinds of heavily advertised parties and events can be fun, but you kind of have to have low expectations for what you're going to get out of them, because there's a lot of like part-timers there. A lot of people who are relatively inexperienced in kink and may or may not really like, you might really not get anything out of it. It may be more like a loosely kink themed dance party than anything else. Whereas I find for a lot of the stuff we're talking about here, this like more complicated high protocol kink stuff, you want to find the super autistic people who are playing like, who are LARPing and are like, have a Tumblr accent and like do D&D. And those might be more your people. And you kind of have to find them either individually or at a munch or a meetup or certain specific kink clubs, like clubs as in gatherings of people, not like back to the club sense. So the search strategy can vary too. Aquarian says, building the saw trap but for coming describes a lot of my shit. Shout out to the forced orgasm subreddit. I love a predicament. There used to be this Tumblr I loved called Pleasure Torture that was like that. Forced orgasm, contraptions. Love that stuff. Trilicon the First, hello, by the way, says, we like being the friend in the room who is trusted to be there. That's a really nice flavor to voyeurism that I did not acknowledge. The friend in the room who's trusted to be there. The person with the foam finger on, like you're at a sports game, just cheering on, like watching two people fuck and being like, I just want both teams to have fun. Or holding the camera. Yes. Ooh, that makes me think about like Dom as director, or not necessarily Dom. You could also be kind of like a service camera top, you know, like, but there's like a degree of like control and remove that you have, but you're also doing service and you're also being a voyeur. Camera work is really fun. Yes. And you can either do that in like a godlike, I'm the director kind of way, or it can be like, I'm just helping. I'm trying to do a good job here. Or I'm just fucking amped to be documenting this stuff. Dom as first assistant director. Yes. This would do very interesting things if we could mix this into an age play scene. I love your mind. I'm picturing it's 1991. The family just got their first camcorder. It's Christmas and you're opening presents. The little is opening presents and you're the parent excitedly filming them and telling them what to do and watching them celebrate their toy. And what kind of toy is it that they're unwrapping? And what are they going to do with it? Oh, I don't know. That's so sweet. And then you have fucking sexy POV footage. Victory for all. Yes. Oh my God. I need to quit my job and start a porn studio. My goodness. Let's all quit our jobs and start a porn studio together. Oh, what a fun suggestion. Oh, audio glitch. Sorry to hear that, Male Valence. I hope it was was it the mobile app? The mobile app sucks. Oh, well, Valence, what you missed was us just talking about a camcorder age play opening toys at Christmas scene. Oh, oh, same thing happened to me on the mobile app. Okay, well, I'm gonna I'm gonna blame Discord or Twitch for that, and pray it's not my connection. But let me know if you have any further problems with connection. It seems like some people did not have this issue, right? Let me know. Sound off in the chat whether if you had like a glitch or not. Either if you did or you didn't, just because both will be helpful to me. Okay, looks like it was fine for some people. Yeah, it might have been like a server or something then. Trilicon says, we wish we knew more middles. It's a poorly understood subject, sadly. It's true. I have not on desktop, no Twitch glitch on app. Okay, thank you, everybody. Yeah, if you have more issues, try resetting. But let me know if there's any more issues, because I always want to fix it if I can. Shout out to middles. Shout out to not switches, because I've just been burned by switches so much anymore. Switches, I love you, but fake switches, I kill you. But like, not even switchy play, because it's not like I'm talking about where it's just middle play, where you like are a minion, where you're the older sibling bullying your little sibling. I love that. Like where you're the assistant, that kind of thing, is so fun. Had a glitch, but it was after the age play idea. Hello, Rainbow Ghost. Thank you for sounding off. Sounds like maybe there was like a little rub in the shit, but hopefully it's better now. So we're talking about finding your commonality in kink with like-minded people. What do you do once you've really interrogated what you're into, about what you're into? And continue sharing that stuff in the chat, because I love hearing what people like about what they like. Like with piss, some people like the humiliation. Some people like the smell and the texture. Some people like the age play aspect. Like any fetish can branch back to so many different origin points, and it's so beautiful. I love it. Once you've thought a bit about what really gets you going in kink, you want to start integrating yourself within the kink community. Don't limit yourself to searching for partners. Instead, make it your goal to get to know a lot of people within your local scene and grow your skills. You can find a lot of events on sites like FetLife, Recon, or Lex, and on the event schedules of any kinky bars or clubs near you. Don't have access to kink-focused spaces? Then check out the nearest gay bars and queer community centers. There are almost always at least leather or pup events and lectures or art gallery showings with kinky subject matter, or film screenings, things like that. Even meetup.com and Eventbrite have more kinky-oriented events and more of them than you might think. And some of them are entirely digital. Very underutilized resource, Eventbrite and Meetup. You might not expect it, but it is there. And of course, there's Discord servers and subreddits are perhaps even better places these days. Make sure you participate actively in the spaces that you visit. Talk to people at munches. Tour a dungeon and ask questions. Train to be a consent monitor at a sex party. Take a few classes. Offer to fold chairs and sweep up after an event. Hell, be a community builder in your own right. And schedule a little kinky movie screening or a gear swap in your area. You do not have to be a seasoned expert in this stuff to be a valued member of the community. Truly. Every time I go out, and somebody comes up to me and we start a conversation, I always think they've been around the scene longer than me because I'm pretty awkward and shy. And then I'll find out that they're like, oh yeah, I just opened up my marriage 2 months ago and I've been coming to these things. And now I have all these friends. You do not have to be a really experienced sub or dom or whatever to say, oh, I really love, Secretary. Let's have a Secretary film screening and discussion, or a book club for a kinky book. You can participate at any point. You can be on a panel. You can participate in things. Make sure, right, I already said that. Make sure you participate actively in the spaces you visit. You'll meet a lot of people, hear the gossip, and figure out who has a compatible style of play and interests that kind of overlap with yours. I'm going to close some tabs just to help the internet. You'll also find those wonderful, voracious players who are just out to have a good time with anyone they vibe with, and sometimes the person they vibe with will be you. Along the way, you should put some time into learning skills that will make you a more appealing, responsible, and adaptable partner. I'll group these skills into 2 buckets. First, there's the kink-related skills, or kind of what I would call the hands-on skills, like physical abilities or knowledge bases that you like apply in the world. And then there's the more, what sometimes gets called soft skills, your communication, people writing skills. And in actual practice, these 2 sets of skills overlap a ton. And you almost always need to have sets of both. But just for organization space sake, I've kind of divided them. Some kink-related skills that you might want to study include things like shibari or rope tying skills, use of hard restraints like handcuffs or chains. You gotta use those safely. People think that just because a handcuff just locks or a chain just hooks on, that it's easier than rope, where people get all fancy with it. But you need to know how to use chains safely, or you're gonna have it fly in somebody's face and hurt them or damage their teeth or fuck them up in some way. That stuff is no joke. So learn how to safely use any kind of restraint, how to not cut off blood flow, how to get wraps that go under the handcuffs to protect people from their wrists getting cut off, how to work with hypermobile people like me. There's always more you can learn, and you want to learn how to do it well. You also have to learn how to communicate with someone while they're chained up or while you are chained up, and that'll be in the second bucket in a second. Leather care or boot blacking, or leather repair, as we talked about earlier. Rubber care, keeping it clean, keeping it shiny, where to store it. Types of rubber, chlorinated versus non-chlorinated, thickness, what gauge of rubber do you like? Do you like heavy rubber? Do you like thin latex? How do you repair it and glue it? Because you can't sew rubber, you can only glue it, but you can repair and patch rubber. All of these things are very fun to learn. Who are the rubber makers that you like? What are the good rubber stores? Going through this list, I realized the skills that I have that I'm not even conscious of intentionally having studied. I don't make rubber things, but I know where to get rubber patches and how to patch rubber and who's a good maker and thin versus thick rubber and chlorinated versus non-chlorinated and why you might use them. And those are conversation starters, and they make you a more attractive partner. Impact with toys. Do you like thuddy things? Do you like whippy things? Stingy things? Do you like using kitchen utensils? Do you like using whips? Do you like improvising with toys? Rough body play. How do you kick someone safely? How do you punch someone? Where do you hit someone on the butt and lower back so that you don't cause them a back injury? How do you warm up somebody's body before you start striking them? What do you do afterward as aftercare? Clicker training for pet players and other human animals. Behaviorism. How do you shape someone's behavior? What tricks might you teach an animal to do? What do you do if the animal can't understand you and they can't talk because they're an animal, but you want to communicate with them? Pain processing. This is a typically submissive skill. How do you breathe to offload the pain? What do you do in your mind palace when you are being struck to minimize the pain or intensify the sensation? How do you move your attention to different parts of your body? How do you make the pain, even if it's a sharp point in one place, become more diffuse and focus on a whole body area so that it doesn't bother you as much? How do you hold on to what you're feeling in pain and then release it later? All kinds of skills. As Ecclesia says, everyone, including all DOMs, should have a working understanding of pain processing. How do you build up? How do you sustain it? And what do you need afterwards? Crying, hyperventilating, like what things do you need? What things help you versus make you get more agitated and freaked out? And so then you have to end the scene. And it depends on what you and your Dom want the outcome to be, right? Like sometimes you want to go for a really long time and have like the most extreme experience ever. Sometimes you want like a sharp spike and then a quick crash. Anything is fine, like it's whatever you want. But how you process the pain will affect your experience. And so, think of what flavor of a pain scene you even want. Trilicon says, understanding trauma processing as well, since bleed can be a powerful force in any role play. Yes, I think I put that more in the soft skills, but here we see massive overlap. Trauma informedness, both yourself and others. Knowledge of anatomy, essential for any kind of bondage. If you're throwing people around, if you're hitting people, you need to know some anatomy, where to hit, what to avoid. If you're pretzeling people and flipping around on the mattress, if you're holding them down, and especially if you're doing suspension. Last week, I had my very first full suspension rope experience. It was so amazing. I was 2 separate times hanging fully in rope for like 50 minutes a piece. 50, so about an hour. So fun. I'll put pictures up on my FetLife when I have them. And it was through this really great working relationship with a friend who I've played with a ton, and we communicate great and we troubleshoot great. And so that's why, and it was his first time fully suspending someone too. So we got to fly together. We flew the plane and I was the plane. And it's because he knows I have hypermobility. I can say, this is hurting my arm from this position, so I won't be able to do it for that long. And then he can say, okay, I'm going to move the rope here and attach more attachments in this other part to take some of the pressure off of your arm, and let's work with it. And it was so rewarding. It was so fun. He also is really into photography and cameras, so he got a lot of great footage. And it's because we had all of these skills together. I can check in on my body. I can speak up and say, this is a little uncomfortable, but I can do it for 15 more minutes or so, versus this is really bothering me, I need to get down soon, versus this is digging into my arm and it hurts, but in a pleasurable way, and when this rope comes off, it's going to hurt like a motherfucker, but there's no damage being done. It's just the skin or whatever. It takes body awareness on my part, check-ins on his part, proactive communication on my part, tons of like engineering and anatomical knowledge on his part. What a gem. And a relationship. So, what a lovely thing. So and like the culmination of all those skills together is so fucking rewarding. It's so cool when you say, oh, I can do something here with this person that I've never done before, and it's because we put the work in. Ooh, it's so fun. First aid. Same person will be choking me in the shower sometimes, and I was shaking and like nearly passed out because it was he cut off blood flow rather than airflow, which can knock you out fast. And he knew exactly what he needed to do if I did actually pass out and not immediately wake up, which we did not want to have happen, and is not what happened. But we knew what to do, and also he could carry me, so it was fine. And he was in a position in the shower while he was cutting off my blood flow where he could catch me and immediately take the pressure off. So we were safe. We were good. We were Gucci. Sterilization. Not just if you're doing blood or needles where it's really important, but if you're whipping someone or striking someone, you should be sterilizing your leather if you're breaking the skin at all. And the real purists would say you should be sterilizing the bench and like everything that people are touching because there's sweat and spit and that kind of thing, which is technically true. I think, a little funk can be okay depending on the situation, but you have to know. Lena Mouse says, to be fair, cutting off blood flow is what you're supposed to do because your windpipe has a bunch of cartilage that can be crushed. I mean, supposed to, in the spirit of risk-aware, consensual kink, I'm going to say, that is, cutting off blood flow is usually the starter choking, but some people do choose to do choking that is cutting off breath, and you can do that with certain like collars and things where it's not putting all of the pressure on the windpipe as dangerously, but it's like indica sativa, which I know is also a fake distinction, but I'm just saying choking from loss of air hits different than choking from loss of blood flow, and both are fun in different ways. But yes, if you're new to this stuff and you are trying to avoid damage, you want to do the blood flow thing. But there are ways to obviously do breath play, like oxygen control, where someone is passing out from lack of oxygen rather than lack of blood. But like, yes, if you're choking with your hands, 9 times out of 10, what you want to aim to do is cut off blood flow rather than cut off somebody's windpipe. But like, there's like training collars and like obviously like gas mask, like gags and stuff. Then you can do more literal breath play. But yes. Audio-visual production. This is a skill, a hard skill in kink, a technical skill that is really valuable. It isn't all like learning how to whip people and tie people up, right? Sometimes it's like tech support. So that same Dom, he has an amazing camera setup. Tons of different cameras in the corner of the shower, in the corner of the dungeon that he has in his house. Sometimes he'll wear a GoPro. He'll have cameras hooked up into his like rope rigging device, and he'll edit it and send it to you and all this great stuff. And that's a real skill. There are people who are kinky photographers. We already talked about camcorder roleplay and how fun that is. That is a whole set of skills that is really valuable and can make you a real asset to the community and be part of a scene, as we already discussed. Some social and communication-based skills that you can work on include acting, taking on a role, playing up aspects of your personality, improv, rolling with the punches, figuring out things to say, meditation, or entering a focused headspace. I think in the pup world, a lot of people complain about struggling to enter pup space. Hypnosis, it's all about entering headspace. That's what we practice all the time. It's not about somebody else getting you there. You have to make a lot of choices and practice knowing what it feels like for yourself and communicating when it's working or not working, as well as what somebody else does. So I really think a lot more kinky players should practice entering headspaces and meditating. Exiting a headspace. So similarly, going into trance, going into hypnosis, that is not simply something a person is doing to you. You do have a role that you play in that. Even if you're going into subspace from being like whipped really hard, you can develop an awareness to an extent of I'm entering subspace, or I'm entering like a frenzy or an altered headspace. What are the things I can do to bring myself out of that if I need to communicate or if things are feeling unsafe and I'm feeling triggered? A good Dom or top should have skills to support you in that. And that's also important, but you should have some degree of like subject autonomy and agency, as we call it in the hypno world as well. And that's a real skill. Initiating an interaction. So approaching people, starting a scene, what have you. Ending an interaction. How do you end a scene? How do you transition out of a scene? How, if somebody's just chatting you up at an event or a play party, how do you end the interaction if you don't want to continue? This even goes back to some of the conversations people have been having in the chat about not wanting to seem creepy. If people can take their own responsibility for getting in and out of a conversation, then you don't have to worry as much about violating boundaries and being creepy. People are with some exceptions, especially in kink, people are in charge of their own boundaries. So how can you end a conversation? Do you know how to say no to someone? Do you know how to say, I really enjoyed talking with you, but I want to go talk to this other person? Or, it's been great chatting, but I'm not interested in playing. Like, you have to be able to say yes and no, begin and end things in some way, even if it's only via text or nonverbals, like walking away, because I do understand that verbal initiation and termination of conversations is hard. It is for me too. For me, I've really learned how to end things. I'm still not good at the approach, but I think you really do have to practice it for your own sake and your partner's. How to check in on a sub's mental or physical state. So checking on their body, knowing what to ask, knowing what body parts to ask about. How do you check in without bringing the person out of the scene? So how can you still address them in role and ask them how they're feeling, or give them a task that is a small test of their consciousness? So if they've been in a very passive state, telling them to do something physically to show you they're still with it and can comprehend what you're telling them. That can be a good check-in. That can be a good reassurance that they're still enjoying it, and reassure you that you're not doing anything wrong. So if they've been laying passively for a while, telling them to push back against you and like be an active role for a second, things like that. Communicating your own mental or physical state while subbing. You really have to be able to do this one. You are not safe to play with if you can't say at some point in time, before, during, or after, this is what worked for me. This is what didn't work for me. Please don't do that thing again. This hit me in an unexpected way. Here's what I'm feeling. The more you practice it, the better you will get at being able to communicate it in the heat of the moment. And it's okay if you have alexithymia like me, and sometimes you don't know what's going on. It's always okay to say later on, I thought about it and this thing made me feel a type of way. Please don't do that. Or, I don't know why, but this thing made me upset and brought up these feelings. Or, my arm hurts the next day. But with practice, you will get better at even just saying, like, something's not right, So when I was doing the rope suspension, I knew my arm was hurting. And at first I thought it was the rope that was cutting across my bicep. And I said very specifically, this is really hurting. I won't be able to do this for much longer, maybe 10 more minutes in this position. I think it's because I was lifting weights this morning, and I think it's this rope here. And then he moved them around, and then I realized it was also the rope here. And so I was able to say, oh, actually, now that I have more like movement, like he got my arms out of the position they were in, now I can tell it's also the rope here. So let's change the harness to like being in my chest versus across my arms. And then it's fine. And sometimes all I can say is, I need a break. And I'll be able to figure out what I need after the break. Or I just need things to stop and I'll tell you later. Sometimes all you can say is, something's not right. And that's fine. Negotiation. Talking through all of these things that we've been talking about up to this point. Saying, hey, I see you're into drone stuff. What do you like about it? I like this part of it. Do you want to do a scene? Or, hey, I really liked what you said about this thing in this fantasy that you posted on FetLife. I'd really like to actually try making that happen. Here's what I like about that fantasy you've described. Do you want to try it? Or like, I like this aspect of bimbo, but I don't like the femininity. Like, I like the stupidity, but I don't like the femininity. Do you think we could find some way to make this work? The back and forth. Here's what I'll give. Here's what I'll take. Here's what works. Here's what I'm excited about. And that can be things like sharing examples of what you like, writing down things you've liked in the past, and so on. We'll get more into that later in the piece too. How to brainstorm scenes. Similar skill set, right? Here are some ideas. Here's stuff that I've seen in movies that I've always liked. Here's a dynamic I've always wanted to try. Here's how I think your, age-regressed character or self might get along with my pup character or pup self. What can we do together? Let's rope in this other person. Here's the setting. Here's the idea. Here's the vision. conflict resolution. Okay, you are upset and I misread a situation. What do you need? Your aftercare needs are to be completely left alone and not talked to for 2 days. My aftercare needs are I need someone to cuddle me and reassure me that I'm not a bad person. Is it even possible for us to scene together or not? Or I failed to meet one of your needs and now you're upset. What can I do to make you feel cared for? And how can we avoid that in the future? You know, you're triggered. You're mad at me. You're disappointed in me. I'm not texting you back enough. You got attached, and I'm not really attached to you in that way after this scene. How do we work this shit out? Uncomfortable subjects that will come up, and it's not all about this person was assaulted or this person's abusive or somebody's a player taking advantage of people. A lot of times it's just my feelings got hurt or something happened that's not what I expected, or I'm jealous or I'm insecure. How are we going to talk through that so that we can be in spaces together and not hate each other? Giving feedback after a scene is over. This is one of the things that makes me an amazing hypno sub, if I do say so myself. I'm a writer. I'm a long-winded bitch. I'm an overanalyzer. So even if during the scene, I'm maybe pretty quiet, I'm doing what they're telling me to do, I can still, in a hypnotic trance, explain, here's what I see, here's how it feels. I can be pretty verbal if I'm asked to be. But what I have found a lot of doms really love is the next day, they hypnotize you one night, you send them a little message the next morning. That was so incredible. I really loved the water imagery that you used in your hypnotic induction. I could almost feel the waves lapping at my feet. I felt so relaxed the whole night. I had a really sexy dream about what we did. One thing that didn't work for me was when you were asking me to talk in a Valley Girl accent. I find that a little triggering of gender dysphoria for me, so hopefully we can avoid that in the future. But I really did like you having me take on different personas and personalities, so we can still explore that. I had this sensation, this thing didn't quite work for me, but I'd like to keep trying it because I'd like to be able to hallucinate this sensation that you wanted me to hallucinate. I could see things, but I couldn't physically feel them. Whatever. Tell them what they did well. Tell them what didn't work. That is what they want to hear, and it is a lot of work to dom someone, and sometimes people just nut and disappear. And they did all the work. The dom feels like they did all the work, and they just got nothing out of it. So give them some praise. Give them some troubleshooting. It really helps. With any kind of dom, like with my friend who did the rope, I really like telling him, you are a prize. You're really comfortable to be around and negotiate with. You have tons of skills and are really considerate. You're great and I value you. It makes me emotional to even say, but people need to hear that stuff. Let's check in on the chat. Really good advice. Scripts for check-ins. Excellent reminder. Yes, and you can make your check-ins very themed around what kind of play, if you're a puppy, then, check in with the puppy. You know what I mean? Puppy do a trick to make sure the puppy's okay. If it's a little, it's do you need a snack? Do you need a nap? You can make it in scene. Rainbow Ghost says, Alexithymia has been so difficult for me in navigating the kink space. I appreciate you bringing it up. Yes. In some kink spaces that are not as neurodiversity informed, people will sometimes say some dumb shit you need to always be able to say exactly what's going on with you in the moment, otherwise you're not safe to play with. That's a lie. No one's like that. But especially not neurodivergent people, people pleasers, traumatized people, etc. So if that is the path that you walk in this life, any form of communication is valid. Behavior is communication. Crying is communication. Safe wording is okay. Some people act like safe wording means somebody screwed up, and that's not the case. Safe wording is a tool people use to communicate what they need in that moment. If you have to red light your way out of every scene, maybe you want to tell people going in, like, I hit my walls fast and hard, and so I might red flag and get out of the scene, just so you know to expect that and to not be too freaked out by it. That's okay. That's communication. You communicate on the front end. Here's the thing about how I process. And then when you hit your limit, you communicated it. Use the fucking flags. Use the safe words. You can tell people, oh, I have trouble kind of processing everything in the moment, but I'll write you an email or a Discord message tomorrow telling you how I'm feeling. You can write it instead of saying it verbally. You can say certain things like while in role if it's easier for you. Sometimes it's easier for me to communicate certain feelings in trance because I'm less inhibited. Like if it's pre-negotiation and a dom is like, what do you want to do? I'm usually like, I don't know, what do you want to do? But like if they put me in a trance and like really check in on what am I horny for, I can be a little bit more honest. That's okay. Do what you got to do. Any communication is communication, and communicate about the communication. Like, hey, I'm not very verbal during scenes. Here are the things I will do if I need help. But you can trust me that if I'm not saying anything, I'm good, and you can keep going. And I will say something or I will use this signal if it's a problem. So just know I go nonverbal or I go kind of like zooted, and I can talk to you afterward or in a day about what I think. Or I prefer to pre-plan everything in writing beforehand versus I prefer to improvise. Just talk about it. Everybody's different. It's okay. Also, when can I replace these fragile meat arms with well-designed protected nerve endings or robot arms? I mean, but it's also kind of fun, like, to troubleshoot. As I'm getting better with all of this stuff, like, I found it's really interesting to learn, okay, pain here in my arm in the heat of the moment, if I'm in this position, is indistinguishable from pain in this part of the arm. Like, I'm learning about how the muscles fit together. Anatomy, you know? But yeah, it would be nice to have sensors that clearly showed this part hurts and this part doesn't. But like, I don't know. It's fun to experiment with the body too. Waluigi Bowser says, what about all of this communication stuff through text? Like sexual relationships online sort of thing. Like having a friend with benefits or sexual partner that lives distance from where you live. And no, not hookups. Yeah. All of this applies. You know, a lot of this stuff plays out through like Discord conversations and phone calls. Or making a plan to meet up at a hotel and do the kinky stuff. Like, because kinks are so personal and some of them are so rare, it is actually, I would say, the norm today to meet your partners online or at a distance and to do a lot of this stuff online first and then to meet up, if you ever meet up in person at all. And that a lot of these people are neurodivergent who do this stuff. Like, a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, I do with people online months before meeting up with them sometimes. So that's completely like achievable and common, what you're talking about. Trilicon says, never thought about it, but we do red flag out of scenes pretty often. Guess we should say that. Yeah, I think it may benefit you to communicate that, because what the safe word red light system means depends on the person. Some people see red light as last resort, breaking the glass of the emergency ripcord, and if you got to that point, something went wrong. I don't think that's helpful to think of it that way, because you don't want someone feeling bad about communicating. Like, sometimes you hit a wall. You want to say it, that's fine. Some people see yellow light or yellow flag as a little bit less, please, of this thing you're doing, right? Like, you're hitting me a little too hard. Keep hitting me, but not so hard. right? Or like, you're being a little bit too mean, keep doming me, but be a little bit less mean. That's what some people mean when they say yellow. Some people, when they say yellow, they mean pause, stop the scene, cut the cameras, let's check in. Like, I'm not saying I'm done for the night, but we need to reevaluate. And what do these things mean when you throw into the dynamic a third or fourth or fifth person? You got two subs tied up. One's bound and gagged in the corner. The other one's being hit with a flogger. The one who's being hit with the flogger just yellowed. Okay, what happens? Does everything stop for everyone? Do you need to untie both people and stop everything? Is that what they need? Or do they need you to just stop hitting them so hard? Do they need a break and the other one, and you can keep doming the other one while that person takes a break? Or does everything stop? We got to communicate about it, honey. Like, there is no one answer for what these things mean. Even something like red can mean, depending on the person, like, get the fuck away from me, or like, the scene has stopped, but now we're just going to hang out as friends. Red light for us is end scene, enter aftercare, says Trilicon. Which is pretty typical, but even what that implies varies. So for some people, it is like, okay, that's enough for today, Whereas other people, red light means, I am freaking the fuck out, like, so what does red mean? And then in some clubs, yes, Trilicon, we have seen safe word, at least in a club environment, means I need outside help right now. This scene is over. Yes. Lena Mail says, personally, I consider yellow to be I need something to be adjusted, and red, I need to stop for some reason. Some reason could just be you really need to piss. See, that is a big difference from how some people see it. Some people would see I need to piss as yellow and would be like rattled for red to just mean I need to piss. So, like, some people, again, see it as a stop button, which is kind of how you're seeing it. Like, we're stopping right now, but that doesn't mean forever. And some people see it as a, like, the sirens are going off. We're shutting down the whole thing, like, we're locking it down. So you really kind of do have to communicate about it. And see if another person's approach to it is compatible with yours. Because if you're I read a lot person, and somebody else is a red is an emergency and I feel horrible if it comes up person, you guys are going to trigger the fuck out of each other, and you probably shouldn't play. Like, Trilicon says, we tend to use yellow if it's ending under good circumstances. To us, it's break character lightly for a moment, or at least bend character to say something necessary. That's pretty in line with how I typically think of it. But I think it is kind of, as you say, like, possible to yellow while still in character. I think red usually means out of role for whatever reason. But yeah, it's good to talk about. And sometimes I need to yellow to be able to red as an alexithymic. Sometimes I need to say, I need a break. And once I've had a break, I can say, that's it for the day. Rainbow Ghost says, red for me, I think, means we need to at least pause. Depending on the situation, we could negotiate more and continue, or stop and enter aftercare. Yes. This summer I had an incident where I got a little too high during like a bondage scene and I threw up. And for a lot of people, that would be the end of the night. But for me, it was like, clean up, take a shower, get some reassurance. Let's do something that's a little bit less choking, because I threw up after the choking and I was dizzy. But we can still do some more light bondage and hang out. Everybody's different. What skills you'll most want to master will depend on your kink, but look beyond your comfort zone so you have a diversity of abilities to offer partners and your community. The directions you can grow in as a kinky player are truly limitless. It all depends on what interests you and excites your partners. Being into teddy bear picnics could lead you to fursuiting, which could teach you how to sew and mold props out of Warbler. And 5 years down the line, you might be one of the most respected cosplayers in your state. If you choose instead to study Victorian picnic etiquette, you might develop a dominant persona that's a strict schoolmaster in historical costuming. Whoever you become, it will be damn interesting. and such a unique combination of assets and interests that nobody else on the kinky dating market will be just like you. And isn't that lovely to see your nicheness as what makes you special and not a liability at all? Bringing a fetish to life is an act of creation. And as every creative knows, the end product is never what you thought it would be when you started. Every scene, every dynamic is a unique interaction between all of the influences that have shaped you and your partners. And you all leave the scene transformed into the newest version of yourself. I wish you luck, and I hope that you find so much more than you ever thought you wanted. So that's it for the first question. And in a second here, we'll move into the second question, which is more about that desperation for a dominant. But let's check in with the chat again. Rainbow Ghost says, oh wait, no, I already saw that one. Trilicon said, we've seen some people use orange for pausing the scene, but that's a bit too granular unless discussed ahead of time. Correct, I think. You can't assume people share the language you do unless you say it. Trilicon says, this is reminding us of how we learned a lot about taboo and youth liberation in a really indirect way as an age player because of how we use it to mend and address trauma and traumatic reactions. Yeah. Healing the child inside of us, or our child selves, or our true selves, depending on your relation to that stuff. It's youth liberation, like how it goes back to a lot of foundational anarchic and disability justice principles of assuming competence. Behavior is communication, and there's really no wrong way to communicate as long as it's like, trying to convey the information and making it easier to be in space together. Thank you, tearing up. We needed to hear this. Oh, thank you so much for being here, Trilicon. It's been so nice to have you on the Piscord lately, and I'm on my whole own very small age regression, age self journey. Age play is something I really would like to do more of, and it's something that I had a lot of confusion and shame wrapped up in, and also frustration, because it seems like around me, all of the people who are doing anything like it are diaper lovers, and it's all about diapers and stuff for them, whereas for me, the physical stuff of it has no appeal to me at all. I don't need a diaper or a crib or a specific age that I want to embody. It's more just about that vulnerability, and caretaking, and some fun pervy being taken advantage of and used and not understanding what's going on kind of vibes, and being innocent and less responsible. And it's hard. It's not even I have this specific age, it's just a whole different way of being. And it's really hard to get people to get that unless they get it, unless they really kind of that mix of taking care and taking advantage of a little cute vulnerable thing. Then they get it. And, oh, that's so fun and nice and healing. But yeah. Lena Mel says, my point with the example was more that to me, the difference is adjust the scene versus stop the scene temporarily or permanently. Because to me, that's a lot easier a decision to make than having to pick how severe the reason for the break is. Oh, I agree with that, Lena. I think that's more useful. I just think it's worth noting that people do make assumptions about this severity thing and have that baggage. And so it's good to talk about it because people do make those assumptions. But I agree that tactically, I think it's more useful to think of pause versus stop. But even then, yellow, is yellow pause or is yellow less? Or is yellow less of this one specific thing? Because I really like having terminology for that. I almost think of it I need a break as totally separate from all that stuff, because it's it could be everything is working, firing on all cylinders. I love all of it. I want this exact energy. I just need to piss, and for me, it's a little bit it's useful to distinguish between I just need to piss or like eat a protein bar and then back in right where we're at versus like this hurts, a little bit less of this, go softer on this, you know? But yeah. So yeah, I think having a yellow and an orange and a red is kind of better. Seen some vibing with the it's all ABDL. So frustrating. Everybody's interested in the gear and not on the headspaces. Same thing with puppy and rubber. It's like I don't even really care about the gear. I care about the headspace. Yargoyle says it's very impactful and emotional to hear this POV. I'm glad I'm here. Thank you for being here. And if you are liking these conversations, please join the Piscord. I can put a link in the chat for anybody who would like to continue to be a part of this this space. This is a good time to take a little break to do that. The Piscord is a Discord server where we talk about a lot of the things that we're talking about here. Lots of disability organizing stuff, crafting, outfits. Let's see, edit invite link. No expiration. Copy that, and I'll put this in the chat. We've had like book groups on there. We just talk about how to self-advocate in like medical care as a disabled person, all kinds of cool stuff. And it's really like outside of just me, you know, like the Piscord is what people want it to be, and what they make of it. I try to make it as non-hierarchical as possible, even though by its very nature, it still is like a cult or whatever that I'm starting. But, you know, I try to make it as little of a cult as possible. So if you like these conversations, please join. The physical stuff, and especially the toddler stuff, is so off-putting. Yeah, why are pacifiers such a big thing? Though I will say diapers are neat conceptually for bladder and toilet control. I like a pacifier. I saw this really cute one where it was a pacifier gag. That is hot to me. But like, people fetishize the gear, the trappings, the stuffies, the crib. And I would be open to using some of that stuff, but that's not the thing for me. It's the headspace. It's like you're fucking me and I just involuntarily age regress into a child self and you like talk to me differently and I'm less capable. Like, ugh, that's the shit. That's what I like. But that's, you know, to each their own. Safe words are a way of saying need to check in. It's true. Like the message, it's not the full communication, right? Like red or yellow can only say so much. But I do think it is worth it with somebody you're playing with regularly to kind of just set, like, what do we think of that? Devin shows up once every 3 weeks to talk about some random thing. God damn it. If somebody mentions hypnosis, I'm in there. Like, yes, I am not monitoring that shit all the time. We have a moderator, Callisto, our great, beautiful friend and object. Not our object, but, you know, an object we all love. But it is not the worship Devin zone. It's I am just another participant, though I understand that that's not strictly actually possible, that there is a dynamic there based on like how you came to be there means you know me and I don't know you usually. But there are people in the chat that are my actual friends in real life that I know and have ongoing relationships with. There are people that are Chicago locals that we see each other around. Over the course of conversations, I've gotten to know certain people better and build a rapport. It's not parasocial and it's not parasocial, but it's a secret third thing. But it's not a cult. You know, I think I both want to take responsibility for the fact that there's like a dynamic there, but I also don't want to be put on a weird pedestal or treated weird. And I want to be as much as possible like a human being there just talking about my own shit rather than an authority. You know what I mean? Like I don't believe in authority, but of course I have to own the fact that there are dynamics there. Ugh. So yes, but what I like so much about the Piscord is that people choose what they want to talk about and what they want to make happen. People stream games on there for each other. Like, if you want to start something and make something happen on there, you do it. You do it. I'm not the boss. I'm not your mom. Do it, you know? And it's really nice. I was so afraid to have a Discord server. I thought it would be a nightmare. I thought it'd be a weird, parasocial, gross, parasitic thing. And instead, it's just this nice place with, like, cool people who are, like, we have a lot of, like, you know, morality neutral, anarchic, mad pride, disabled, politics, kinky, like paraphile accepting, taboo kink accepting, like cool, you know, cool stuff. So, pacifiers to rave scene. It's very U.S. American trappings. That's very true. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that if your name is Slur Specialist, you are probably not cool. So I'm gonna ban you. If it was like an ironic name, Slur Specialist, then you can remake. But I don't trust like that. There's an invite to join the Piscord in the chat right now. And if you are watching the VOD on YouTube, hello, welcome. You can also type in that URL to join. I don't link it directly in the YouTube VOD because I don't want us to get brigaded. You know, we have to have a little bit of a firewall there. But if you're here and you're participating and you're vibing with this stuff, you're probably welcome to be here. So in which case, enjoy. Focus on gear as a consumerist mindset in kink. I agree. The focus on gear is very cis gay in my experience because they have a lot of disposable income because they are men and they might be in relationships with multiple men, so they have multiple income streams. And like that means they have the means to buy a lot of stuff, and you can buy a lot of stuff to like signal who you are and use it as a sign of status. And there's a lot of like preening, like gym rats and buying lots of expensive gear shit going on there. And it's like, it's just kind of like poserism in my view. That's not strictly fair, of course, because if you just like the feel of latex and collecting latex, if you're a gearhead, that's actually fine. But for me, I do find it frustrating that so many scenes are just about, oh, I'm so like, ooh, I have all this stuff. I have all this. I like being a baby, so I bought all this baby stuff. You know, like I like being a pet, so I bought all these cages. I like a cage. I like a collar, but it's in service of accomplishing something. That's just me. Gear is easier to acquire and brag about than skills or a mindset. Agreed. And I like some gear. You know, I've spent stupid amounts of money on kink stuff, but a lot of times when I've done that, it was like, oh, I had this amazing scene as a pup, and so I bought a bunch more puppy stuff because I want to do more pup, but it wasn't actually the gear. It was the person that made me feel that way. So I remember talking to someone about age places when Tilda, and they asked me if I was into diapers, and I was just like, it's not for me personally. And she just responded with, oh, me too, diapers are for rich people. They're expensive AF. Yeah, they are. Shout out to Tykeables, which has adult fetish diapers. They're based in the Chicago suburbs. They have a whole playroom with like a giant like rocking chair and like ball pit or something, or like crib, high chair, like all kinds of fun stuff. But shit's expensive. Let's continue on to part 2, which is now more about dom-sub romance dynamics, serious relationships. Let's now take a look at a question from an anonymous asker who is looking for a dominant to love and devote themselves to. Anonymous asked, advice for finding an owner/trainer/dom. Don't know how to go about this. Desperate for a lover and playtime, but not interested in sex for its own sake. I want one person, to focus on. Seems like too much to go full kink profile on like Hinge, but it also feels wrong to try and date in cruising spaces like on Grindr. Like, oh, thanks for the interest, but I'm here looking for love. That feels foolish and misguided to me. So there's a couple of things in this question that I'm going to tease apart and kind of in my writing rant about, but we will eventually answer everything that this Anon has asked about. But so there's an element of I'm desperate for a lover and playtime. There's I want kink, but I don't want just sex for its own sake. And then there's the I want a long-term relationship. I want to focus on the person. I want them to be my owner. And I want those to all be the same person, which can be difficult. And so if I want all of these things, the romance, the ownership, the intensity, do I go on dating apps or do I go on kink apps where I don't fit in perfectly with either one? Of course, my answer is going to be yes, and you do both, but we'll get there. You say in your message, Anon, that you are desperate to find a dominant partner. You want someone who will own you, train you, and treat you like a lover. Someone you can serve exclusively, and the likes of which you can't easily find in a casual dating or a hookup space. Before I share some of my general kinky relationship building advice for you, I want to zero in on that sense of desperation and explain why listening to that feeling can be dangerous. Now, here is the part where I could be accused of reading too much into the Anon's message, because they just say they're desperate, but they seem like they have a level head on their shoulders. So, Anon, if you're watching this, if you're reading this, I'm not really reading you. I'm reading into a word and a dynamic that's common. And so I think it's worth talking about, but it might be that you've already got this all figured out. But I think it's something a lot of us internalize that's worth talking about. I know a lot of people possessed of submissive spirits who long to give the whole of their being over to a dominant partner. I see them on FetLife with urgent-sounding usernames like I need a dom, and bios insisting that they would sign their entire bodies, minds, and souls over to their master, if only they could find one. Sometimes they barge into a dom's private messages salivating, thrusting the label mistress or sir at them without permission, naming themselves a pig, a worm, a slave, demanding to be fucked, fisted, caged, whipped, or flung to the feet of the throne, and presenting all of this insistence as a gift. We do not do this. If you are new to kink, do not do this. Do not use a title for someone if you have not negotiated titles. For some people, titles are very special things reserved for very specific relationships. And so don't call someone your dom or your master or your mommy or whatever, your owner, if they don't want to be called that. Other people, it's very casual. They love being called master, regardless of whether you're actually like in a serious thing. Great, love it, hot, just communicate about it. But you should never thrust that role on someone if you don't even know that they're interested in you. And also if you don't know if that's what the relationship is yet. And the same thing goes from the top side too, or the dom side. Like, you don't want to immediately start calling someone your slave. That is a very fraught word. A lot of people do not want to use that one. And it's a very serious word, even for the people who do want to use it. So just because somebody's subbing for you, you don't immediately start calling them your slave. Like, that sets up a whole lot of confusing expectations. Talk about it. Talk about whether it actually means anything and what it represents to you. If it means it's a relationship or exclusivity or something. If somebody wants to use it or not. Like, you can't just thrust someone into a role. Regardless of your positionality, you should never force a role on someone unless they've like really put it out there that it's like, you can DM me and call me this even if I don't know you, you know? Here is an amazing comic from an artist on Tumblr, Explorers with a Z, Sprite Comic Repository on Tumblr. And it's a couple of panels. I'll talk you through what the image is. It's a Pikachu and then a Skitty, which is like a little pink kitty Pokemon. and they're talking to each other. The S kitty is kneeling down before the Pikachu and says, "I submit to you as an empty vessel." The Pikachu says, "I don't want that." The S kitty says, "No. You must honor my sacrifice by filling the vessel. Let's try again." The S kitty bows down again and says, "I submit to you as an empty vessel." And the Pikachu says, "I don't want that." And you can check out their awesome comics at Explorers Z Sprite Comic Repository at .tumblr.com. So this is the peak example of thrusting yourself as a submissive at a presumed dominant and not being a human being. I know a lot of us are trying to escape being a human being as much as possible, and I vibe with that, but you can't force someone into this situation if they don't want it. Submissives who behave this way don't understand that dominating somebody is stressful, logistical, and performance-based work. It is hard to dominate someone. It's not a gift to be given a sub. It's like, oh God, now I got to babysit this kid. Instead, they believe dominance is an effortless part of who somebody is, and that their task as a submissive isn't giving the dom all the information and feedback that they need to succeed in a scene. It's to just show up and let all the kink be done on them. People are often thinking of a dom, going back to that new inquiry piece, as a brute. That like a dom just does dom stuff. And all I have to do is just show up and receive their dominance. And that is not how it goes. A lot of work goes into being dominant. In the community, we call this kink dispenser thinking. And it's most commonly done from a sub to a dom, though it can be done in other ways. It's very similar to comp top. Sound off in the chat if you have experiences with this from either side of the slash or having a role forced on you. Kink dispenser thinking demands that the dominant partner be a brute without standards or needs that go beyond magically intuiting exactly what it is the submissive wants and immediately doing it without ever accidentally hitting the sub's limits. Kink dispenser logic assumes that there are sadistic or controlling people out there who want to wield their power all the time, when in reality, for a great many dominant types, showing that side of themselves is fraught with shame and fears of being seen as abusive, and it takes a great deal of energy to get it to come out to play. Or, even if they really do just love being sadistic or controlling, you have to plan that shit out, and it's tiring. It's a performance, and so they don't want to do it all the time. Almost nobody wants to make another person's decisions for them 24/7 all the time. This brute piece, I'm using language from the new inquiry top or bottom, How Do We Desire article that I already mentioned. The idea of the brute is doms are like less complex than subs. They're just voracious monsters. They're bigger. They're darker skinned. They're more masculine. They're stronger. You don't have to worry about whether you're hurting them or taking advantage of them. They can't be abused. They can't be assaulted. It's this very like racist, transmisogynistic, like stereotype that often equates a person's anatomy or their social class position with their role. It's even classist. Like people are more likely to think like a working class like guy is a top and that a wealthier guy is more of a bottom because he's more like fragile and delicate. Like all this shit is wrapped up in there. Birdie darling, hello. Oh, you just joined the Piscord. Welcome. Very nice to offer to help people to like get used to Piscord, Trilicon. That's very nice of you. Lena Mel says, if it's actually effortless for someone, that's almost certainly because they don't give a shit about what you want. Right. And sometimes it can be close to effortless if you're like I like being used, my pleasure, my sexual pleasure doesn't matter kind of sub, and the top is like I like being fully physically in control and using someone like a fleshlight dom, but like somebody who's like that and you line up perfectly like that, scissoring, you line up perfectly like that, and the person is still safe with negotiations, that's very rare. Very rare. Oh, wait, Discord? No, I'm an old user. Okay, but you just joined the Piscord server, I mean. Yeah. Well, welcome. Melvalen said, Devin, how did you get so much insight into being a dom when you aren't one? I study. I study the blade. I am a sommelier of doms. I have been with all kinds of good and bad doms. I care about them. I am incredibly thankful for what they do. I talk with them about what, like, I can kind of both afterwards see myself as subject and see myself from the dominant's perspective. I can watch myself from the outside and say, you tried this, and isn't it interesting that I responded in this way? Let's talk about it. You know, like the Hannibal Lecter stays on during sex. You know what I mean? Like, I am both the creature under these under the plexiglass, and I am the scientist pulling the wings off. Like, I am like my friend that I just did rope with. We are like, dude, wasn't that so cool how my leg was shaking and I did this thing, and like we're doing the, I'm like the quarterback who's like the assistant coach, you know what I mean? Like I am in it, and then I can talk about it, and I know what works for me and what doesn't. I've had a lot of bad doms. I've had early into the hypno community, I had a wonderful owner for the better part of a year, who really, like, in trance we would communicate. Like, he created this like mind palace in my mind where there's a room full of bottles on shelves, and each bottle has a label on it that says a certain kink. You know, needle play, piss, being tied up, whatever. And like, he would bring me into a trance, and he would bring me into the bottle room, and then he would tell me to pick up the like jar for each corresponding thing and tell me how full it was. And it could be full of either silver liquid, gold liquid, or black liquid, to varying amounts. And that would communicate how desirable I found that kink. So if I'm in my mind palace and he says, you know, pick up the bottle that represents bimbo, it's maybe like 3/4 away full of like silver. So I like it, but it's not my favorite thing. There are certain parts of it I found really exciting, but it's not like my favorite thing. You know, if it's like drone play, being a mindless drone, that's like full of gold, right? If it's something triggering to me like lactation, full of black. No lactation, hate it. Like, so we would talk about what I felt, what I liked, and he would take notes and remember all of this stuff and know like what worked for me and what didn't. And we would discuss that both in and out of trance, both in and out of role. And that gave me a very good architecture in my mind that I can literally still go to. Like, I just kind of did it in a waking way right now, where, you know, you could tell me a kink and I could communicate exactly how I feel about it using that framework, which is a lot easier than the normal social pressure of like, well, I like what you like, you know, that kind of thing. I want a good dom. I appreciate doming. I'm grateful for it when I have good doming. I know that that's a very precious thing. I have a few partners over the years who I just cherish for getting to have those experiences. And I can really, and I think about it a lot, and I jerk off about it a lot. And I try to communicate what works for me and what didn't. And I try to help people be more like that. I'm also, in my regular life, I think, a dominant person. Like, I'm a teacher. I'm a debater. I'm an orator. You know, like, I know how to manipulate people. Like, I know how to take charge of situations, and I'm a competent person, and I know how much that sucks. I hate having to be the competent person. So I'm very sensitive to this stuff. So, yes, Doms, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for listening to my rant. Shout out to Gentle Soft Service Tops. Mwah. Gold. Gold. How much we know about bigging despite not being a big. Analytical mindset. Yes, I think it really helps, one, to think through this stuff, no matter what your role is. Like, how can, from my point of view, like, how can you not fully enjoy the experience if you're not thinking about what it's like for the other person and how do you set them up for success. So soft service tops as a swirl of soft serve ice cream. Soft service tops. Lick that shit up. Okay, let's get back to talking about kink dispenser thinking. I've rhapsodized about DOMs enough now. I'm twirling my hair and I'm praising y'all. It's also just like a great way to trick people into doming me, because I'm an evil master manipulator. If you're nice to people and you appreciate what they do, then they'll do it more. I'm so evil. Okay, kink dispenser thinking. It demands that the dominant partner be a brute without standards or needs. I already read this whole paragraph. I'm sorry. You say that you're desperate for an owner, Anon. But hopefully, you recognize that no human should actually possess somebody else. And no dominant worth trusting would want to claim that level of control and responsibility. It's hard enough to keep yourself fed, watered, and medicated every day with a fresh outfit picked out, the bills paid, and the social calendar managed. Wanting to do something that much of control for someone else, I'm not going to say it's impossible for it to go well, but that's some buck wild shit. Like, that is very rare for someone. Like, do you want to have to do somebody else's taxes? Are you that much of a dom? Do you want to have to decide what to get for dinner every night for the rest of your life? Are you that much of a dom? If so, call me. But like, that is a rare thing. Most people need someone else to take the reins once in a while, even in a power dynamic. Now, often a good partner will take on the duty of managing care for a disabled loved one, and they'll do so gladly because they love them. So I'm not going to say it's inherently bad for these things to happen. Sometimes these things happen in the world. But having that amount of influence over another person's life just as frequently, if not more frequently, turns abusive. And so to demand that level of control over a person when it is not necessary is to lay the groundwork for abuse. It is more possible to abuse someone when they rely on you in that way. When we venture into power dynamic play desperately, just wanting someone to lay claim to all that we are, we most often fall into relationships with abusers and inexperienced opportunists. People who just might not be ready for that responsibility. And not seasoned kink players with safety skills and boundaries. Ask me how I know. And I've alluded to this before many times, and I'll get into it further in the piece. And someday I will publish the piece I wrote called The Abuse I Wanted, which is about being in abusive relationships and being horny for the fact that it was abusive because it was a power dynamic. And that's one of the reasons why I stayed. And I don't think that's something I've heard many other people talk about. There's Ancilla L. She's in India and she's a sub and writes on FetLife, and she's written a little bit about it. But I haven't seen many other people talk about that. That like sometimes you can be in an abusive relationship and stay because you're kinky and the abuse is scratching that itch for you, even though it's not healthy. To be fair to you, Anon, you say that you are looking for a lover and playtime, so it seems likely you're already aware that power exchange is only ever a game, with constraints, not lived reality. But I was a young kinky person who sought the rush of kink in the arms of actually controlling and violent people, and found even my mistreatment so erotically compelling that I stuck around far longer than I should have. So I think it's worthwhile to throw out a little warning. When we move with desperation and don't see kink as an effortful act of collaborative storytelling that is not real, we can wind up devaluing good partners and hurting ourselves. I think there's also some grief here sometimes that you have to sit with. That like the thing you fantasize about, if it's like really intense 24/7 shit, it's not real. Like being someone's like sex slave or whatever, it's not gonna happen. It's not real. Very few humans in the world have actually lived that reality. And most of them who have not done it for the long haul. It is probably not going to happen for you. that your exact fantasy is going to happen in real life. And you can grieve that. You can grieve that. You may find that play and role playing at this fantasy feels hollow compared to the thing you are dreaming about. And you might be pissed that you might never get to fully realize it. And you can mourn that. And I think accepting and moving through that and knowing, oh, I'm never going to actually be free of all responsibility, of all like adult life, regular life, that bullshit. Like, I'm never going to have a perfect escape. I'm never going to completely transform. That allows you to make clearer decisions about, okay, if I'm never going to get that, if that doesn't really exist, then that means I don't need to be so damn hungry to find my one chance to realize my fantasy. You are probably never going to fully realize your fantasy, but you can have good experiences. You can grow with people. You can have all kinds of things happen that you didn't even know that you would enjoy. And it'll probably work out more safely for you in the long run. This is a deep cut. Yeah. This is for my real intense 24/7 type people, my complete transformation type people. You're into the really hardcore stuff. And as Lena says, if it happened for real without any fantasy safeguards, you'd probably hate it. Yeah. As somebody who's been in abusive relationships that were what I thought I wanted, where like my main job is solving this person's problems, satisfying them, being available to them always. They get control over who I socialize with, all of that stuff. I hated it because it was abuse. It was not good. But that's what I fantasize about also. So, you know, you have to, grieve that because it'll make it easier for you to make realistic decisions. Mivalent said Carmen Maria Machado gets into it a little bit in the Dream House. Okay, I need to write that shit down. Thank you. I gotta read that. The Dream House book. Ironically, Baby Girl gets into this a little bit. That like she has to learn that her fantasy has to be contained within certain boxes. The movie is kind of dog shit. It did not slap as hard. Did not cunt as hard as it should have. Baby Girl with Nicole Kidman. But there's a few nice moments in Baby Girl that are about how you can feel broken for wanting this thing that's incompatible with your life and your like feminist ideals or whatever, and that it'll fuck up your life to fully get it, and you have to compartmentalize it. And that sucks. It sucks. And it's okay to mourn that. I've alluded to the abuse I wanted thing. Yeah, I've chopped and screwed that draft so many times. It's one of those pieces that needs a lot of time to find its final form, and maybe it'll just end up sprinkled throughout pieces like this. Because of course it's like 6,000 words of shit. And I don't know how raw to get with it, because I've written out real experiences that I've had, and I think there's value in talking about things like I've orgasmed during assaults, I've enjoyed assaults and tried to put myself in situations to get assaulted again. I've enjoyed being punished by an abusive person, like this really triggering stuff, but like how much detail is responsible to get into there? Am I doing it for my own reasons? How self-indulgent can the writing be? I'm massaging it and re-looking at it over and over again. Trilicon says, in a complicated sort of way, we are always on middle because it's like who we are. I really relate to that. Like I was saying previously, like I'm both the sub and I'm at the remove. Like I have to have like this diplomat advocating for the sub. You know? And that's very system-y. It's not masking. It doesn't have to be masking. It's very like internal family systems, multiple selves thing. And subject agency. Quarian says, I'm not even into that, the 24/7 thing. But just being forced to face the fact that we crave escape and permanent escape is not feasible, but acknowledging what we desire and taking action in small ways anyway. I think that's, we get told in our society that, like, you need to grow up. You need to have realistic fantasies. You need to give up on your fantasies. And I think a lot of what this is about is saying, like, well, how can you bring what you need into your life as much as possible? Like, let's be greedy. Let's be realistic, but let's be greedy. How can you get all the things you want as much as possible, even if your fantasy isn't possible? Lena says, to be fair, that being possible is a major reason why I'm an anarchist. I want people to be able to choose not to do anything at all and still have their needs taken care of. I also think nobody would want to do nothing at all. People want to do stuff and make stuff. I'm with you, Lena. Like, I think anarchy is what would allow it and make it possible for someone to choose to fully submit to someone and have that be as enjoyable and pleasurable and safe for them as we could ever expect. Like, in a true anarchist world, I could go deeper with some of this stuff than I can in capitalism world, imperialism world. And like, anarchy makes it more possible to flout these boundaries and taboo and push these taboos and transform yourself as a person where you no longer have to be able to come back up again. Because for a lot of hardcore submissive people, there's this awareness that you could go deeper. You could give more up, you could transform, but you never know. Your owner could die, could turn abusive, something could happen, and you'll have to bring yourself back up into being a functional human again. And so you always have to have this, like, tether. You have, like, one arm kind of, like, holding onto this rope that can pull you out. And you have to keep your brain sharp enough to be okay. This is obviously this is a disability conversation. This is about, can you still work? Can you still function without help? Or will you just receive the help completely? And we don't allot space in our society for people to just need that help completely. And it becomes dangerous and vulnerable. And that's why people get abused when they're disabled. And the same thing's true with kink. Like, if you have the ability to not be wholly dependent, then it's usually smarter to not become wholly dependent. But if everybody's needs were being met, then you could take a plunge, you know? You could fuck yourself up forever if you want. You can get your arms and legs chopped off because you want to. You could brainwash yourself. You could lose skills. You could skill regress. You could be disabled. Like, on a certain level, hardcore submission is almost indistinguishable from a kind of state of disability that's, like, chosen. Or a state of service to a disabled person, because the person receiving services could be the dom role. These things are actually, like, when you're talking about exchanging power and responsibility, you're kind of talking about disability and vulnerability in society. So, yeah, I'm completely with you. We could get into kinkier shit. If we were all in an anarchist world, we could do way more intense kink shit. Nick Fa 92 said, realizing and declaring that something is not possible or non-negotiable is such a way to start the process of working through things of this nature. Yeah. And a lot of people, they don't ever break through that wall of, like, acknowledging, yeah, you're my servant. Yeah, we have these rules, but we all know that's not real, right? Because it's not sexy and it's kind of sad. But I think you do kind of have to say, like, yes, I will be here for you. I will tell you what to do. I'm making this commitment. But it's also not real. At the end of the day, it's still a game we are choosing every day to play. You can feel broken from wanting this thing that's incompatible with your life. Applies to lots of things, including things unrelated to kink. The watcher self, the guard, the analyzer. Yeah, the advocate. And the more that advocate can really be, they have to represent the other self and the other self's priorities, and that's what makes it different from masking. If the watcher self, the protector, is not trying to judge or change the self it's advocating for, it is trying to just be the best advocate for them. It's not trying to rein them in, it's trying to represent them. And that can be a really healthy thing. Unmasking, being more than one kind of yourself. Yes, it's unmasking, I think, because if you're doing it effectively, the advocate self is saying, here's what I want, here's what I need, here's what I'm feeling, here's what I'm noticing. It's very honest. Or if it's not literally textually honest, like it shouldn't be telling your business to everyone all the time, but it is moving with honest intention for the self that it's representing. You just got to go back to your job. Yeah, exactly, Grand Chicken Lord. It's dangerous to be dependent. Unfortunately, that is the state of disability in our society. And it can be especially complicated from the opposite perspective of wanting to be the dom in that situation and all the taboos and complications of that. Right. People will think you're an abuser or crazy, or it'll be stressful. You want the control, but you also have to work a full-time job and life, and you're tired, and so you can't be the dom that you want to be. It is not allowed to be dependent, says Quarian. Yes, being dependent is considered not real, not a legitimate way of being in an ableist, capitalist world. Yargoyle says, I've really enjoyed moments where scenes were broken because I felt like I could learn a lot about care and wholeness and communication and accommodation too. It's really sweet when you can build those two streams of intimacy with someone where, because I really do think kink is like IFS, internal family systems. It's like I'm meeting the dom version of you and you're meeting the sub version of me, and we are getting to be in this hidden shadow realm together as versions of ourselves that are not allowed in society, or it's not safe. Like, it's not safe or appropriate for me to normally be this small, and it's not safe or appropriate for you to normally be this powerful. And we're seeing that. And then also, poof, you like burst the little bubble, and it's like, oh, here's the person you have to be every day. Here are your little jokes, the way you smooth things over. Here are the things that you worry about. I love comforting a dom when they're having a hard day. I like taking care of my doms, you know. I like making decisions for my doms when they can't make a decision, when they need me to be big, you know. And I like also like I like seeing like if somebody's down me, I like seeing them in the world be like bashful and shy and overwhelmed and realize they're not this like all-powerful God, you know. Like I like building all of those streams of intimacy because I like meeting all the different people inside a person's head if I fuck with them severely like that. This has given me a greater appreciation and respect for age players, choosing to be dependent on in a social context where the goal is to be a hyper-independent capital producer. I think that's why my heart is just with age regressors, age players, etc. so hard, because I think it really is so similar to like the disabled and mad experience. And like when I say I'm into that stuff and I want to do age play more, that's like really what I'm talking about, is like being dependent and receiving care and that not being used against you in a bad way for once. Like it's so healing. And we all age into dependence again. Absolutely. Oh, I'm really loving this conversation, you guys. Oh, this is so fun. I'm so glad I had a lot of time to set aside for this conversation today. Thank you so much, everybody. The nuance and interplay of stepping up for each other no matter the circumstance is beautiful. And when you can switch between, okay, now I need, because my advocate self, I can advocate for me or I can advocate for other people. So going from being little tiny dependent, little stupid little sub to like, okay, advocate, teacher, debater Devin Price is standing up for you. Like, it's a different self. And like, if I can love you with all my selves, oh, that's amazing. You know, if all of ourselves can have different dynamics between each other, that's fucking cool. Grand Chicken Lord says, in a wider way, the awareness that eventually I got to go back to my job presents an obstacle to fully delve into focus on, or lose myself into anything. Because if nothing else, I can't totally lose track of time. Oh, I'm going to say girl in the gay way. Girl, like, number one headspace barrier for me. I am in it. Things are firing. Things are feeling good. What time is it? Am I getting enough sleep? What do I have to do tomorrow? Am I going to be able to do the thing I need to do tomorrow on the amount of sleep I'm going to get based on what time it is? Is my cat mad at me at home because I have not played with her yet? Time. Oh. We got to move away from thinking about time as this industrial thing and this finite resource. But how do you do that when life is structured like that? JG Wire Dart says, this feels very hopeful. The idea of going to a party and knowing exactly what I want is overwhelming because trauma and social anxiety. I thought I was the only person who wants to connect with people as people before I do a kink. No, that's really common. It is often said, and some of this is my revision on it, some people are into kink for the kink, some people are into kink for the sex, and some people are into kink, this is my addition, for the improv. So there are people that are in these spaces just trying to get laid, and they're impatient. There are people who are there just because they want their nipples hooked up to a car battery, and they're impatient. And then there are people who are there for the people, you know, for the play, for learning more about kink with someone else, and you can get into some really great stuff together. So put aside, if you are not a, like, I'm trying to get laid as soon as possible person, which is fine, just put those people aside and find the people that actually want to put the time in being people together or non-people together. Quarian says, I have expressed many times over the years that I just want a chunk of time and a chunk of money so that I can shed this productive persona and find out who I am and what I do when I don't have to stick to a schedule. Yeah, I think for me, that's my like fantasy is like when I break both my legs in a car accident, then I'll finally read Homestuck. You know what I mean? Disability again, right? Because that's already inherently a fucked up idea, right? Like, not that it's like a thought crime, but like, I think that I need a state of disability that's going to set me free. That's not real, right? But that's a very common fantasy, I think, for a lot of maskers of like, oh, I wish I was less functional. Oh, I wish I was forced to relax. Breaking my legs, being somebody's pet. Kind of the same fantasy at the end of the day. I want to be able to have the excuse to not have to make decisions and work so hard and conform and mask, and I want it to be blameless on me. And I want it to be possible. And it's fucking not, for very few people, is anything like that possible in this world. And it sucks. And obviously that doesn't have to be an exclusively submissive fantasy either. Like it can be, I want to be taken care of, pampered, attended to, served. So I don't have to make decisions or like do hard stuff. Like a good butler makes a lot of decisions. A good servant makes a lot of decisions in a lot of scenarios. We all age into dependence. Important. Kink for the improv. Being in kink for the people. Do it for the bit. All for the bit. I don't think I found myself when I was unemployed for 10 years, or maybe I did. I think, yeah, again, that's a fantasy, right? Malvalence, like, the fantasy is, if I could just be temporarily disabled, if I could just be unemployed, if I could just be less able to mask, then I'd figure it out. It's not actually true, right? Like, breaks and rest help, but I'm assuming that when you were unemployed for 10 years, you were not able to relax, right? Malvalence, like, you were probably trying to figure out how you're going to live the whole time. Right? So you did not have this pure, safe landing place to figure things out. You know? It's traumatic. I can't at all right now. Even when you're unemployed, you're trying to survive. Exactly. So, like, otherwise I would not have gotten better. Yeah. Yeah, burnout. But like also that stuff is like, I don't know, like I've had obviously burnout this year. And it's like it's very boring, it's very lonesome, it's a lot of work to figure out what makes you relax. Eventually it turns over on itself where it's like I need stimulation, but not too much stimulation. Like to not be depressed but to not be overwhelmed. So, I don't know. I think you do, if you survive it, you do learn stuff about yourself. But you're also in a very, under capitalism, a very isolated, stressful position. So that does not really foment healing or self discovery. You might figure out certain things about yourself, but like you need like people, experiences, resources to do the rest of that. Night Owl says, very isolating and being left behind. Yeah. Waluigi says, that's what I'm dealing with right now. Burnout, fatigue, and unemployment. Yeah. There's pressure. Mavalent says, it's boring because you can't do the stuff that would be really interesting and engaging for you. Right. Grand Chicken Lord says, not to get too depressing, but the more realistic version of the suddenly unable to work scenario is Gregor Samsa, where even if not able to work, work is still expected of him. Yeah. And that's exactly what makes it such like a like funny in a dark way kind of story and so resonant to like so many people. I know we're having like a grand unified theory of like kink and disability. Oh fuck. Maybe this is my next book. I've been thinking I wasn't going to write another book. But now I'm thinking sex and kink and disability are actually all the same thing. And anarchy and liberation and youth liberation. I'm going to just let this wonderful conversation germinate inside of me, and when a synthesis is ready, it will emerge. I'm not going to force it, but something is happening. Something is coming together. Disability and kink as the same thing. Dependence. Just one more book. I promise I'll just write one more book. Good Gregor Samsa, I've been saved by a good Dom. In this essay, I will. Oh, God. Disability studies. Oof. Aging into or out of independence is really interesting as a concept, as I think as human animals, we've always been very interdependent. And I think we impose this sort of false sense of independence on ourselves and each other, says Wintilda. So exploring dependency through kink is one of the few acceptable ways we can experience that sort of interdependence safely. And it's not even acceptable. That's why they hate it. They find it gross. That's why they hate, like, people being pets and they think it's perverted. People doing age play and they think it's dangerous and perverted. They don't accept it. They don't like it. Even when it's stuff that lines up with what you think are, like, societal stereotypes, like sexism or, like, trad wives, people still hate it. They still think it's bad. Those trad wives who like are collared and shit aside, that stuff is still considered beyond the pale because you are supposed to be a capitalist producer and be independent in society. This is why people hate kink, both because of like sex exceptionalism and them seeing sex as evil and pleasure as evil, but also because they think doing anything frivolous is wrong and making yourself less capable of being productive is wrong. And so if you become more dependent or you put your productive capacity into taking care of someone in a way that is not itself generating value, that's evil and that's bad, and it's a bad use of your capacity. It's the same way we don't compensate mothers or parents or caretakers of disabled people, and it's why people are so incensed at the idea of a person wanting to become disabled. Like, have you seen how people react to gainers, to people who want to be amputated for sexual reasons, for people who want to become less functional for kink reasons? That is some of the stuff that will make people the most outraged and disgusted, even if they are a member of those communities, even if they're a fat or disabled person. age play, pet play, gaining, disability. People find this stuff completely taboo because you are supposed to aspire under capitalism and imperialism to be as independent as possible. And you are reviled if you would ever actually choose to become weaker or to admit that you have weakness. And we don't believe people when they're disabled anyway. So for somebody to choose to become disabled, if it's their fault, quote unquote, society reviles them. And even if you're taking the dominant or caretaker role here, if you choose to use that caretaking and that attention and labor towards taking care of someone and giving them pleasure instead of like being a manager at like a company, it's seen as like a total waste. Oh, okay. Need a cigarette. Look at how drug addicts are treated. Right, you are choosing to be less capable of productivity. It's one of the biggest societal taboos. The concept of waste. Yes, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of your intellectual capacity. It's a waste of your strength. It's a waste of your potential. There might be something there. I'm going to write that word down, waste. I'm at the whiteboard, you know. Waste. That could be the name of the book. Fuck you guys, you're going to make me write another book. In 5 years. I'm not going to write it this year. I've been really thinking about that lately, that like Unmasking Autism, I might have written it in like 3 months, but it was a representation of like 10 years of experience and online research and community. So you'll get a book when I'm 45 on this. I don't know. Or you'll keep getting Substacks for free. You know, that's fine too. Waste for the kinky disabled person, is that what it says? I'm assuming. For the sexual disabled person. Yes. Reembodied says, I've been talking a lot with my friends, radical, queer, anarchist women, about an idea of be more disabled, let yourself be more disabled by the world we live in. Yes. Yes. It slows down the pace of the world. It's resisting against that force to constantly optimize. And that's what, like, we've talked about it in the context of kink on my Tumblr of, like, if somebody wants to become disabled, that's cool. If somebody just chooses to become more disabled, we should celebrate that. That is not offensive to our community. That is a revolutionary thing. And I hope that doesn't sound too, like, rest is resistance, you know, go get your nails done kind of core. But, like, I think there's something there. Midlife Crisis Kink and Disability book. Thank God I'm, like, going to be middle-aged for a while. I'm only, like, kind of, I would say maybe 35 is where it starts. Midlife? I'm going to be middle-aged for a good another decade. This is gorgeous. I know, you guys are really... this is really helping me work some shit out. This is amazing. And if I never write the book, people can just watch this fucking video. This might be a little small moment, but we are having this moment of insight together and figuring things out together, and it's beautiful. It's slaying. You can be middle-aged forever if you want. Thank you, Trilicon. You're right. You know, when I was a child, you were talking about that on the Piscord, and so I'll touch on it. When I was a child, I really thought I was meant to be 35. I really felt that. And I think that pretty much lined up with when Unmasking Autism came out, just about. That's when a lot of big things happened in my life. 30 or 35, and those were years where a lot of big things happened in my life. I really did have that sense that that's what age I was supposed to be. So you've talked about how people have like an age that feels right to them. And I always felt that. And I couldn't explain it. But I always felt that as a kid. So, thank you. Night Owl says, I come up against all of this all the time. People don't understand the POV or desire to work less. They all want to work more. People really don't get it when I explain to them that I don't want more success. I tried seeing a therapist about this, and they thought I was crazy because he wanted what I have, you know. God, that sounds conceited, but like, you know, he's a psychologist, he's a writer. He could not imagine having what I had and hating it. I just had this conversation with a colleague the other day on the phone because she got some hate mail related to me, And I had to explain to her that this happens all the time, that I hate the scrutiny, that I don't want to get a bigger platform, that I don't want to be more successful, that I've been trying to make myself less professional. I don't want to go any further in my career, especially not as like a professor. I think about quitting. I think about getting fired. I'll be okay if that happens. I would then just lean more into doing stuff like this. People don't get it. They really they find it outlandish. But it's a matter of like life and death for me, and rebirth. Like I'm becoming someone new, and that someone is less capable, and it's great. This is something that P.E. Moskowitz talks about in their book that just came out, Breaking Awake. Great book. I read it this week. A reporter's search for a new life and a new world through drugs. So Paris, she's a trans woman, but public facing in writing seems to use they. But P.E./Paris experienced a near-death experience, had a lot of trauma, and has come through that afterward, realizing they're transgender, becoming a lot less capable. They are not they write about not being the same person. So I really resonated with that, and I'm working on a piece right now about names and what names I want to go by on this like new transition journey and deprofessionalization journey. And it really spoke to me, this book that's about I had a breakdown and I'm not the same. So really recommend this book. Thanks for being here, Rainbow Ghost. Thank you for hanging out and being here for this conversation. I love your beautiful disabled life too. The rest of this video will be on YouTube, so you can join the rest of it there, and hopefully you're on the Discord. Let's see what else we got here. Trilicon, I'm really glad you have a great therapist. The reason why a lot of us rest radically is so that we are able to get back to work. It's really unfortunate. Oh, Reembodied said, I'm supposed to be an elder. I feel that way with being 70, that I'm meant to be 70. The opposite of age dysphoria, an age that feels right to you. And yeah, honestly, for me, mid-30s was sweet. Getting a little bit older has been a little tougher. But also there's an aspect about being like an aging wunderkind, like a middle-aged, this kind of middle-aged, like both youthful and old, that does feel right. Even the bad parts about it. Like it scratches a lot of different aspects of me, the jadedness and the like crumpling innocence. I'm a beautiful wilting flower, but I'm still beautiful. That's so great, Reembodied, that you're meant to be 70. That's dope as fuck. I hope you love it, being 70, and be 70 right now, as Trilicon would tell us to do. JG Dart said, some of my friends were talking about wanting an anti-productivity mentor, like how to be in a new field and not getting consumed by it. That is a very important thing. You have to find the old head in your field who is so through with the bullshit and tells you to do less. Like, everybody needs an anti-productivity mentor. Reembodied says, I got the same pushback when I was doing a whole grad student forever thing. Start. So many people got so hostile to the simple admission that for what I care about doing, a grad student is a better spot than a professor. Yeah, it's considered very taboo, but it's so dope that you are like doing that. Age euphoria is very real. No, I get it. I get it. You know, like you've been talking about age dysphoria on the Discord, Trilicon, and when you give me that framework, I get it, because there are just aspects of like inhabiting my age as like neither this or that, but like a combination of these things that does feel really like I'm not young, I'm not old, I'm middle-aged, I have a history, but I still have a little springy, youthful charm about me. Like, and it is euphoric when I can like own that. I always when I was younger, I looked younger than I was, but I sounded older. And I always liked that. If that makes any sense. Your body says, I'm supposed to be an elder woman in community, able to just call bullshit bullshit. Yes. Aquarian says, my parents, who I love very much, are in their 70s, and hearing that that's your ideal or right sense of age feels like a really wonderful counter to my terror of losing them as they age. Aging can be really terrifying because of the cultural baggage and because just loss is tough. But there are aspects of being older that I find very appealing. Like, I really love those, like, really energetic, bright, eccentric old people that, like, power walk at, like, 6 a.m. and don't take any shit and, like, have an old dog and, like, they're a real spitfire. And that's something that really kind of figured into my thoughts about, like, detransition or whatever stuff, like, that I have more of a portrait of something, not a woman, but, like, it tends to be more of, like, a androgynous, slightly feminized old person thing, not like the crone, because I'm not one of those, like, I'm the witch your parents didn't burn or whatever person, but, like, you know, like the druid in the woods with the wisdom, but they're playful, you know, like Yoda is like an old woman to me. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? Like this little old creature. It is crone adjacent. Crone, for me, it just makes me think of too many white women who are annoying and are not the crone. You know what I mean? But they think they're the crone. So, like, they've got what Chris Fleming would call vibe dysphoria. But, like, but yes, like the old druid in the wood, the Yoda. I fucks with that. Okay, let's, old respected wise, kind of a little shit. Little shit. An imp. Imps through the ages. All right, let's keep reading this damn thing. Yoda just kind of resemble my bubby. Oh, I love Yoda's butt. When he's on Luke's back, his butt is so cute. I always think about it. Where's my Yoda? Hold on. One of the amazing things about Baby Yoda is that he's a baby for 50 years, but he's also old. There's something very special about that. And I like regular Yoda, too. All right, let's keep it moving. Now that we're all on the same page, how do you actually go about finding an exclusive, kinky play relationship that is also romantic? I'll say it again. You simply do not find your ideal partner. The dom you are looking for, who wants to receive the majority of your attention, who will own and train you, who enjoys sex but does not consider it a priority for its own sake, and who wants a serious romantic relationship with their sub, isn't just sitting around out there looking for you to claim them. No, what you are looking for is a satisfying interpersonal dynamic with another person. And you will have to build it through months or even years of communication and continued investment in one another. As you mentioned, Anan, what you are looking for doesn't fall cleanly into either the kinky or vanilla dating camps. A lot of BDSM players are looking only for short-term scene partners or casual dynamics, not long-term romance. And the people looking for long-term relationships on Hinge or Bumble aren't necessarily into kink. But your combination of interests actually means there's a little something for you in both the worlds of kinky cruising and vanilla dating. And I would advise you to search in both. It really is possible to date the kinksters and kink the daters. You just have to be honest with both groups about what you're looking for. Again, we're not looking for your perfect person who already exists. You are molding people into what you want because you're evil and a manipulator. No, we change over the course of our relationships. We build a relationship together. So just like you build a kink scene with another person, you build a relationship with another person. On kinky or cruisy platforms like FetLife or Grindr, You should advertise yourself as a submissive seeking a dominant for regular or consistent play with the goal of developing a long-term relationship. So you can put that out there. Of course, you can't say, before I play with you, you have to promise to be in a long-term relationship with me. But you should say, I'm looking for a consistent thing and I'd like a romance to develop if we're both feeling it. Be clear that you are not interested in casual one-off play. Turn down people who are just trying to meet up quickly and fuck. Stretch out the conversations. Insist on getting to know a person before meeting up. And when you do, make it a walk in the park or a date over coffee rather than a hookup. Because those people who want kink just for the sex, they are there. So you do want to have some barriers to entry. This will remove a majority of cruisers from your dating pool. But that is appropriate. You don't want to waste time pursuing unsatisfying hookups with people that are never going to text you again. One ongoing conversation with a nice person is worth 3 dozen what's-ups and dick pics. You can also search for dateable kinksters at IRL events, such as kinky classes and munches. Some dungeons and kink conventions even put on speed dating type events. Present yourself as a person who is sociable, genuinely interested in kink, but not eager to play with just anyone. Be open about the fact that you're most comfortable engaging in play within the structure of a relationship. And that is a slightly different way to present it other than from how they phrased it, which is that I'm just looking for love. Like, you can't know when you meet someone if they're going to be your love, right? But you can say, I really only play with people if we have an ongoing relationship, and I'm looking to meet people and form those relationships. That's not weird. And if it was weird, that would still be okay. Beyond that, you'll want to do exactly what I advised Soy Boy Fag to do. Meet new friends, develop some skills, make yourself an active part of the community. Make yourself into a person that someone in the kink world would want to date. A long-term relationship is a complex interpersonal dynamic that you grow through years of shared effort. You don't find it. You become capable of building it by building all your other relationships first. And by that, I don't mean, you have to have 1 million friends before you can date. I just mean the skills you develop in friendship are skills you use in romance. So work on that shit at every available opportunity. So get to know some people, put on some events, weather some conflicts, and learn more about who you are in relation to others. Along the way, you may find that you are interested in exploring play with a trusted friend or two, and that play might grow into something ongoing. So it's not quite the romance you thought you were looking for in this case, but it still satisfies certain needs of, I want to trust this person, I want them to care about me, and I want to feel safe before we play. And you might find that even if it's not romance, you still get something out of that. Kinky role play, especially if it's safe and intimate, even through just a friendship, can help scratch that desperate itch you have to be controlled by another person, so that you're able to date a little bit more level-headedly. And rather than searching for that all-encompassing dom/lover/owner, you might learn that different people in your life can satisfy different needs. Remain open to learning new things about yourself, but don't offer up sex or play as a token to earn a relationship. Only say yes to scenes that will leave you a stronger, more adaptable person than you were before them. So, for example, you might find that certain types of play really set off an emotional attachment for you. There's a writer and content creator in the hypno scene, Ella Enchanting, and she did a great panel at Beguiled about hypnoamory, falling in love with someone after having a hypno scene. And she talked about how for her, hypnosis scenes with women, she can crush hard. She can fall in love with somebody based on that kind of dynamic. And so that's something she has to know about herself and communicate around, because a lot of people are just playing casually and they're not trying to get a romance. So a non in this case might find that like, okay, I'm desperate to have a dom, but life doesn't work that way. So I have this really good friend who I really trust and feel safe with, and every now and then they're gonna boss me around, you know, or like we're gonna do a scene, and we're only gonna do the things that I know are gonna help me satisfy that desire to be controlled, but that are not gonna make me like fall in love with my buddy because they're not looking for that. You really have to know yourself, and you will make mistakes and have hurt feelings along the way of figuring that stuff out. And that is okay. That is growth. That is good information. Failure is data, as Marta Rose would say. So delve into really light, casual play or just kink socializing and see, okay, I only want to play with a person I'm in a relationship maybe, but maybe I like watching other things when I'm not. Or I can help out or be the safety person. Or I can play this role, you know, I can be the middle in somebody's scene as a friend, but I really save my submission for a relationship. See what sets off hard emotions for you and what you want to keep exclusive to a relationship and what you have more wiggle room on. Aquarian says, this is good advice for non-kink community too, and ties into the stuff I've been talking about in the Discord too. Yeah, honestly, a lot of this stuff, Re-Embody also said, all of this feels like a big conversation about debunking romance myths. Yeah, this stuff is actually not kink exclusive. So I hope the non-kinky people read this and weren't too scared off, because a lot of it's about dating in general, actually. Nick Foss says, cool seeing what these practices look like applied to different social contexts. The practices of self-confidence, knowing what you want and how to navigate that interpersonally. Yeah, it's really cool. And this stuff helps you socialize, even if you're never kinky, even if it's a friendship. Here is a comic that my shitty MS Paint art was referencing. There's a full translation of it linked here on Reddit, but it's basically showing two parents who are perfectly fitting puzzle pieces for each other, and they're asking their child, like, you know, when are you going to get a partner, essentially. But their child has this really complicated puzzle piece. It has all of these like very detailed little intricate pieces and swirls and cutouts, and it would be very, very hard for them to find their perfect match. And so then there's a series of panels showing them seeing other partnerships. So they go out in the world and they see someone who looks like their perfect match, but that person is dating someone who's a completely different shape. They don't actually match up at all, but they're taken. So this person can't find their perfect match. Then they're with someone who is basically a completely like hollowed out moon shape. So almost anything would lock into them, but there'd still be a huge hole. So it represents someone who maybe is desperate, maybe doesn't have a lot to offer them, but would accept them, would maybe accept anything from them. So they could be in a relationship, but it would not be a satisfying relationship. The next panel again shows our hero with a partner who is a circle that is closed off. So they can't really latch in. They have a hole, a star-shaped hole in the middle of them, but they can't connect with another half circle because their circle is closed. And they're walking in the rain, and they have an umbrella covering only themselves and not our hero, the complicated puzzle piece. And that kind of represents this person can't really let someone in. They can't really be fulfilled by another partner. They're not really available, and so it's not satisfying. The next panel shows one person who's kind of a very simple puzzle piece shape, and their partner, this is kind of suggesting domestic violence or abuse potentially. Their partner has torn off pieces of themselves and taped it into a complementary shape for their partner. So it looks like the two of them would match up perfectly, but it's only because one of them has destroyed and changed themselves in a destructive way. So it could also represent someone just not honoring themselves, but I think it suggests violence to me. This comic really always moves me every time I look at it. The final panel, I think about this all the time with me and Loki. The final panel shows our hero, the complicated puzzle piece, and they have a pet, a little dog, and the dog-like creature, and the dog is shaped like one part of them that's missing. So the dog would fill one hole in them, but it wouldn't fulfill all of them. But it does slot in and perfectly fit a part of them. And it's looking up at them. This is going to make me cry. And there's a little heart, representing that, like, this dog does fulfill a real need for them, and it helps satisfy their need for love. God, this is making me emotional. This shit is such a good comic. But it can't fulfill all of them. There's still a lot missing. And I think a lot of us, if we're non-monogamous, and I think in life in general, whether we are or not, we learn to find what can fulfill certain holes in us, which is still ultimately a shoddy metaphor, right? Because we aren't, like, broken or missing. We're ever changing. But, like, we have these needs, right? And we find this person can meet this need in my life. This other person can meet this need in my life. And it's kind of sad because you don't get all of your needs met. Like, the pet relationship makes me so emotional because it's like you can love them so much, but there's only so much they're capable of, right? And so there's a grief, I think, to accepting I can feel this love and I can have this one part of me filled, but there's still more missing. And usually in our relationships, even if we're, like, monogamous, that's still true, right? You need friends and safe people and sources of love. Different multi-layered, nuanced social needs. Yeah. So I'd like to think that this person in the final panel of the comic, them finding their pet, isn't the end, I would hope for them, of the story of just, I'm going to settle for just this one piece of me being filled. I hope they would eventually find other people that slot into some of the other holes. But they found some love, some very real love that really fits them. Oh, I could just sob and sob about this stuff. Oh, it's just really beautiful and poignant and sad because I think it does have that grief that we've already talked about of, like, accepting you might not get everything you want, and certainly not that one person. And it isn't true that you have one perfect soulmate. Yeah. One thing that Dan Savage has said that I think has value is you don't find the one. You find the, like, 0.52 that you round up to the one. And that's if you have a serious long-term romantic commitment. But more often you find, like, a 0.45 and a 0.25 and you add them all together and you find where you overlap. The last verse of Origin of Love always brings me to tears. Yeah, oh God, this shit hits. Oh, it's too much. It's too much. I feel very self-indulgent, like making myself cry in the club, but, like, yeah, it's beautiful. So this is from Hedwig and the Angry Inch. The last time I saw you, we had just split in two. You were looking at me and I was looking at you. You had a way so familiar, but I couldn't recognize, 'cause you had blood on your face and I had blood in my eyes. But I could swear by your expression that the pain down in your soul was the same as the pain down in mine. It's the pain that cuts straight line down through the heart. We call it love. So we wrapped our arms around each other, trying to put ourselves back together. We were making love. Oh, and making love is temporary too, right? To go back to the Venn diagram example, you're overlapping temporarily, and you could do it again if you both want to, but it's like, it's a process. It's not a state. I think there's something to that. So that's kinky dating. Now let's talk about romantic dating. Meanwhile, you can search for romantically oriented partners on dating apps like Hinge, Bumble, and at more vanilla singles events. Once again, you just have to be honest. Tell people that you are looking to form a serious and somewhat exclusive relationship. But admit that your tastes run a bit spicy and you'd need your partner to be down for that. You can hint at your specific interests using things like a puppy emoji or a chain or a spicy pepper, or say that you prefer your partner to take the lead in the bedroom, or that you like to take the lead if you're a D-type. Or you can say what you want outright and let the kink-shy pearl clutchers see their way out. Make your decision based on how much you are comfortable disclosing, risk of losing your job, all that kind of stuff. There are a lot more kinky and kink-curious people on the vanilla apps than you might realize. In fact, a lot of people have active profiles on Hinge and FetLife at the same time because, like you, Anon, what they are looking for cuts across the expectations of both communities. The divide between kinky and vanilla sex is a social construction, rooted in the idea that there's one standard way of having sex that normal people always like, and that therefore never has to be discussed. But being normal has nothing to do with us. And that, of course, is a reference to the amazing, very queer anime, Revolutionary Girl Utena. Here's a quote from that. Do you know? Do you know? Have you heard the news? Study normal subjects. Find a normal job. Fall in love normally. Get married normally. Have a normal family and have a normal life. But being normal has nothing to do with us. We're tired of doing all the things we've done till now. Time for us to go back to being what's normal for us. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know what that is? Normal has nothing to do with us. Queer manifesto. Revolutionary Girl Una. And a lot of people can be made more kinky. A lot of people are kink curious, but they don't have any backing in it. But they are open to trying what turns their partner on. You just have to teach them how to do it right. And new kinky people are minted every single day thanks to people like that who will show their partner the ropes. So talk about it. Tell prospective partners that some kind of kinky power dynamic is a requirement in your relationships. Be open as you can be about being kinky socially. So that can help you locate more like-minded people and overcome shame. And be open to being somebody's first kink partner and teaching a new dominant how to dominate you. I think that runs counter to a lot of people's expectations in dominance. They think the dominant has to know everything and be in control. But it's pretend. You are pretending. The dominant is not actually in control of everything. You can teach them and encourage them and train them and manipulate them to be a better dom or to be a dom. You would need to offer guidance and feedback to a partner regardless of whether they were a seasoned kink player, after all. So practice explaining what really gets you going. You have to train your trainers, even if you are the submissive in a majority of cases. To wit, here are some aspects of your kinky practice that you should be able to explain. Types of play you have enjoyed in the past. Here's what I like. This is also true if you're not kinky. Positions I like, sensations I like. What's worked? Relationships you've liked. Dates that you've liked. What you liked about that play. And why, as we've thoroughly discussed. Specific activities you are looking to try. Write a wish list. We do this for Beguiled, as I mentioned. People will post a wish list of things they're trying to do. If you can't verbally explain it, trading porn links is a great way to develop a sexual rapport with a partner. Send them porn, send them fan fiction, send them art, send them scenes from movies. Watch kinky movies or like movies that get your fetish brain going to each other and reenact that shit. Take inspiration. Name how you like being referred to by a dom. Good girl, bad dog. Do you like being called stupid? Do you like being called worthless? What do you like? Do you like being called it? Limits you have. And limits can be anything. Your limit can be anything. Like one of mine, lactation. Yuck. Cunnilingus, soft limit. I don't enjoy it. In a certain context, I will accept it if it's if it's service, right? Example limits a lot of people have can be things like, I don't want an injury that leaves a mark. I don't want you to insult my intelligence. I don't want scat. I don't like incest themes. Like, it's whatever you don't like. Another one of mine something I've red flagged before was the Valley Girl accent. Somebody wanted me to do a Valley Girl accent. At the time, I found that dysphoric. Now I would do it. At the time I found it dysphoric, I noped out. There is not a staircase here I have this article that I've linked to, The Quietly Coercive Nature of Vanilla Sex. There is not this staircase from like acceptable stuff you have to tolerate to stuff that's too weird that you get to say no to. You can say no to any old thing for whatever reason. Signs that you are reaching your limit. So help your dom learn your nonverbals. especially if you're neurodivergent, because yours might not be what people think. Do you cry? Do you turn violent and reactive? Do you shut down? Each of those things could be either pleasurable or unpleasant, depending on the kinky player. So sometimes if my limit's being reached, I'll be physically violent back. I'll like fight. Some people would see that as bratting and like it. Some people would see it as bratting and say, hey, I did not agree to bratting. So I would have to communicate to someone, no, this means I'm in like fight or flight mode. I'm trying to actually kill you right now. Like this is not play anymore. I'm going to destroy you. That's happened to me a few times when I'm triggered. Shutting down, if I go nonverbal, cool guy, chill guy, I'm having a good time. I love being shut down. I love being as dissociated as possible. Love it. As long as you're into it, keep using me. Beautiful. Other people, if they shut down, it means trauma is happening. This sucks. Talk about it. And see if your dom is open to that version of you. Some people like brats. Some people don't like brats. Some people like dissociated silent subs who just lay there. Some people really like that. Some people don't like it at all. And they want a more active verbal partner. Your preferences are whatever your preferences are. But just, talk about it. Tips for how to make you feel better after a scene gets too intense. Do you want to be cuddled? Do you want to be left alone? Do you need a snack? A movie? Do you want to slowly transition out of the role? Like being petted out of that headspace or whatever? Or do you want like really sharp, let's talk about something neutral that gets my mind off it. Let's talk about a movie. Let's talk about a video game. Do you want to play a video game? And ask your doms what they need to, because doms need aftercare too. Emotional or psychological aspects of play that you enjoy. Do you like being humiliated, lavished, ignored, treated like an object or a sex toy? We've talked about interrogating this stuff heavily today, but if you're still not sure what you enjoy about dom sub play, there is this excellent Tumblr post from a user named featherquillpen.tumblr.com, which outlines some of the many psychological needs people may bring to their kink. And I find it a great conversation starter, whether your partner is experienced with kink or not. I wish I could read through all of this, but in the interest of time, I will not. Sorry, get this. DS and emotional needs. So they talk about just some example needs that people bring to kink. So some people like to be a dom because they like to be fully in control. They want to know what's going to happen. They want to run the show. They want to be in charge of whether they get touched. Some subs like to be a blank space or like to be controlled. Some doms like receiving service, the king upon the throne. And some subs like receiving service, the pillow princess, the beloved pet. Some doms like to deal out harm. Some subs like to be pitiful creatures. Some subs like to be objects. Some people are subs or doms in order to flex how powerful or like tough they are. Some doms like experimenting on people as mad scientists. Some subs like being brats and little shits who are fighting and testing limits. Some doms like to be nurturing. Some subs like being beloved pets. Some doms like acting like spoiled babies who get exactly what they want. Some doms are artists. Some subs are the object of art. Some subs are just all about being fully sexual and slutty. Some doms or subs are the ones corrupting each other or pushing a taboo. There's hunter-prey. There's shadow self. There's being dehumanized and degraded. If you like being a beloved pet, that's going to be very different from somebody who likes being degraded. So talk about what you enjoy. There are also platforms that straddle the line between romantic dating and kink, such as Field, which has a predominantly polyamorous and kink-friendly, leaning to overtly kinky dating pool. And Lex, which is a queer classified app that people use for everything from scoring concert tickets to dating to advertising pro-dom services, doing sex work. I've seen people use Field for sex work, and Grindr as well. You're likely to find other people there who are seeking lasting relationships and find power exchange exciting. Some people are there for casual, some people want something more serious, but you can say it. No one that you meet on any platform is going to line up with your exact preferences and relationship goals 100%. Just as nobody is going to have the exact same favorite parts of an extremely niche kink as, say, Soy Boy Fag does. You are looking for someone with whom you'd be willing to compromise. A player who is engaging and trustworthy enough that you want to keep a game of dom-sub running together. A lover that's happy to handcuff you to the bed because it makes you happy and because you eat their ass in return. We all change over the course of our relationships. The person you meet on the apps might not be the committed dom you wanted, at least not yet. And they might not ever be. But can you enjoy them? Can they take you to realms of experience you've never seen? Do you want to give them a bit of what makes them happy? Will they do the same thing for you? And most importantly, are you willing to revise what you want together? Because that's all a relationship is, really. A constant revision of both other and self. You can't locate it, fix it into place, define it, and keep it from shifting. All you can do is continue to change it and let it change you. And that's on relationships, kinky or not. That's the end of the piece. It took me a long time to get through it, but that's because we had so many delicious nuggets to chew on here. If you've enjoyed this conversation, you can submit a question about sex, kink, relationships, dating, queerness, transness, autism, using my Tumblr ask box at drdevonprice.com/ask. Anons are open now. For now. Don't fuck it up. I've also linked to a couple of related pieces that if you haven't read them or listened to them, these ones I mostly all have videos of as well already on YouTube. How to Survive a Queer Kink Libricide, which is about kink censorship online. How to Date and Hook Up in a Changing Trans Masc Body, which is all about hitting the apps as a gay trans masc. It's so funny how I write these great bangers about being a gay man, and then I'm like, I'm not one anymore, but peace. I did my time. I did my service. I'm ex-gay. Ex-gay, but becoming bi and non-binary. This is one from earlier this year, May. Be Jealous, Make Demands, Want More. It's about being jealous in polyamory and why that's not a thing to be overcome, but a sign you need to advocate for yourself. I really enjoyed writing all of these pieces. It has been so restorative to me to write these kinky things. I'm just so thankful for people being open to these conversations. We really got some places today. I am like manic. You can probably tell from just how much I've been moving around and how fast I'm talking. You guys really gave me a lot to chew on today that was like really exciting and that will deepen my future work. And like it's helping connect things in real time. And that's what I love about writing online is like you get the reaction, you interact with other people, and the ideas continue to deepen. And like, it's so cool. I just really love it. This was a really good one, and I feel like we're getting somewhere with these streams. So if you've enjoyed this video today, you can follow along on YouTube to get all the VODs. If you'd like to read my writing when it comes out, you can go to drdevonprice.substack.com, though I might be changing that URL soon. Maybe. I'll let you know. And you can get my writing sent to your inbox for free. All my writing is always free forever. I encourage people to pirate my books on Anna's Archive or Z Library if you want to read them for free. And if you're on YouTube watching this, let me know what you think of the videos and the chat. Feel free to join the Piscord using the link that I put in the people put in the chat throughout the video. And let me know how you're liking the videos. I love hearing from the VOD people on YouTube, doing all the YouTube promo stuff of places to subscribe. Yes, Ditching the Doctor, Reembodied. You know what's up. I have been feeling really ambivalent about my branding being Doctor whatever for a long time. So we're making some changes around here because it'll be unfortunate for broken links and shit, but like I need to do it for me, I think. The Doctor always stood for deer. Things are shaking up around here. And because I'm me, I'm gonna have a whole long piece about it. It's probably going to be my next piece, is all about names and different names we use as like queer people. It's pretty self-indulgent of a piece, but hopefully y'all will still enjoy it and be able to find resonance in it. We'll talk a lot about names, not just PhD, but like names and transition and stuff. Oh my God, everybody really added so much to this conversation. Lena Mail says, my main complaint about the Tumblr post is it's kind of missing the holding power / being powerless angle, despite it being woven into a lot of things it does describe. Yes, I think there's no way that a piece like that could be comprehensive or even close, even in terms of like overarching themes of everything that brings people to kink. But I thought Dom as control versus sub as blank space is not quite accurate. Like Dom as control versus sub as controlled. Like they talk about sub there being like, I don't want to have to make decisions anymore. And to me, that's not it. It's about, I don't want to be in charge anymore. I don't want to be the authority anymore. I can actually make plenty of decisions if the idea is I'm your butler, I'm your minion, I'm your servant, and that kind of thing. You know, like that's all fine. It's about not being in control. It's not about not being on the hook for everything for me, you know, even though being blank is also really fun and hot. So like there's missing pieces there, or the way they set it up is not exactly how I would, but I think that's part of what's great about it, is because then it invites more conversation. So I think it's good that it's incomplete. The ideal post is provocative. It makes you want to add more to the conversation. I want to thank everybody in the chat, because I think we really like got onto some cool hive mind shit today. That was huge. We were really making some insights together. Chicago, Lena, Nickfa, Quarian, Re-Embodied, Waluigi, AO Lions, Trillicon, DJ Ondion, Melvalence, Night Owl, Doniverse, In 8 Out, AO Lions. Did I already say your name? Everybody else who's been here throughout the day, thank you for chilling out. Callisto, if you're still here, thank you. Everybody, send Callisto some love if you're on the Piscord, because it just had an unexpected expense at home. So it posted about that in the Discord. That's what I love about the live stream, seeing people process ideas together. This is like the part of teaching that's like fun. Like I don't have to grade. I don't have to tell people what they need to do, or like go to any meetings. It's like we're just seeing how people respond to an idea in real time. This is what I've always wanted these streams to be. I'm so delighted. And like the cliche that like I learn more from my students than they do from me, like that shit, like that's actually true here, where it's like if I was just passively reading this, there wouldn't be that much value add, but there's so many connections to what I'm talking about that I'm not conscious of or don't know about until other people share it. And you've just given me a bunch of ideas for future writing. So fuck you all for giving me more work to do. It's almost midnight here. Time to go get some dinner. Enjoy that, Lena. Thank you, Grand Chicken Lord, for being here. Thank you, Quarian, for being here. Yummy Bite reminding me what I need consistently from community. This stuff helps me find what is actually creatively fulfilling and a worthwhile use of my talents that does not feel slimy, which has been very hard for me to find. So like I sincerely mean that it means a lot to me, because I have certain skills and the academy isn't the place. Most media and publishing is not the place where I feel good about doing it, but I want to educate, I want to explore ideas, I want to be a kinky freak, and I don't want it to be in a fucked up way. And this, throughout the last several years, live streaming with Maddie and with all y'all, it has helped me figure out like where do I belong and where can my talents be used best. Yeah. So thank you. So let's find somebody to raid. Hopefully my good homie Spoony Cat is still streaming, because I know they're doing a fundraiser on their channel. But I'll send all y'all who still want some nice streamy content over somewhere. Oh no, you know where we're. Oh wait. Oh fuck. Let's see. Let me double check how far in everybody is. Oh my god, Spoonie's been streaming for 7 hours. Let me check out Spoonie's schedule real quick to see how long they're streaming for. Because I don't want to send you right over there if they're like right about to go like off stream. 7 hour stream. You know where? I'll send you to Anna Valens, since you know, it's very apt for the kink stuff we're talking about. For those of you who don't know, Anna Valens is in addition to being a streamer, is a writer whose Substack is nsfw .substack.com. And are we rating right now already? That was really fast. Okay, no, we're going to rate in just a minute. So Anna Valens is a writer about censorship and sex on the internet, a trans woman who has been treated very unfairly by a lot of fucking people. And right now she's doing Vor Jeopardy. She also does giantess roleplay stuff on her Twitch. So please check her out. Give her support if you can. She's amazing. Follow nsfw.substack.com or her Twitch, AC Valens. And I will send you all on over there for some Vor Jeopardy. I really loved this conversation. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, yeah, she does giantess RP. So get into it. Say hi to Anna for me. And I'll stop streaming now.